running back, Gary Quarles.
And Quarles is only 5'6", but boy, when he gets the ball, he runs a lot bigger. He gets it done. And hey, last week, 5 catches for 76 yards. That's an extra addition to that game. You got to worry about the run and him catching the ball in the backfield.
Yeah, and you know who's worried about Mr. Quarles? A young man by the name of Isaiah Land. He's one of the top linebacker/defensive ends in the country. He's all everything. You just want to say preseason all everything in the SWAC. Led the nation in sacks per game last year, and he's trying to pick up right where he left off.
I think he leads the leagues in 6-pack. Look at that stomach. The guy's amazing. He loves getting in the backfield. That's where he likes to be. He likes to be Quarles shadow, but he is certainly wanting to get in the backfield. Last week, 4 quarterback hits. He'd like more than that today.
The Marching 100 has been performing and doing an outstanding job as usual as we get set for the opening kickoff in this big SWAC shootout between Florida A&M and Alabama A&M. And coming into this game, Jorge, Alabama A&M comes in at 0-3, but by their coach's own admission, Connell Maynor, according to him, he said they're very close. They're just making these little mistakes. They're dropping passes. They're having penalties, just little things happening at the wrong time.
Yeah, and that's a big thing about, football is little things make big things, right? And you wind up, coming just short on games. You're just a play away from making things happen, and that's where they are. And so it's about cleaning up your game, refining your tune, and you will be able to take care of your business. And
yeah, I mentioned they're 0-3 as we get set for the coin toss at midfield. 0-3 losses to UAB, Troy, and Austin Peay last week. On the other side, the Rattlers come in at 1-2. They have a couple of losses to North Carolina and to Jackson State. But Coach Willie Simmons, he feels like his team has gotten better and better each week.
Alabama A&M, Florida A&M, we'll receive. All right, guys.
So the Rattlers will start on offense, and we will have an opportunity to see that offensive attack from the Rattlers, coached by Coach Willie Simmons, who's in his 5th year.
Yeah, they're going to want to get that offense out and get them rolling. I mean, that's what, offensive-minded coaches like getting that offense out, so he doesn't mind that.
Let's check out our keys to the game now, brought to you by Chevy. And I tell you what, these keys to the game, I think you're right on the money with the keys to the game.
And there we go, mistake-free football. Alabama A&M, we talked about them cleaning up their game, and that's exactly what they need to do. No penalties, no turnovers. Defense must shine. They got to find a way to make big plays. And then on offense, it's explosive plays. They have to have 4 to 5 plays that change the field position and change them and put them in good position.
You're talking about plays of 20 yards or more down
Correct.
The field.
Impact plays. And for Florida A&M, pressure the quarterback. Don't let them have the big plays. Don't let them get a rhythm and stop them. And Musa must make good decisions. Their quarterback, he's got to make good decisions with the ball. And that includes just when they run options, he's got to know when to keep it and be smart with the football. Capitalize on Jennings' return. Make sure he gets an impact as he gets the ball.
Those were the keys to the game for Florida A&M, brought to you by Chevy as we get set for the opening kickoff in this one. Alabama A&M will be wearing the all-white jerseys there, white and maroon, as Zach Alvarez gets set to kick the football off. And the SWAC football is underway over at Bragg Campbell Memorial Stadium. The ball goes deep, and it's fielded by the Rattlers, and a return didn't quite get to the 20-yard line. That is Xavier Smith. Their outstanding wide receiver who touched the ball on the opening kickoff and comes up a little shy of the 20-yard line. So that will set up our impact players. Let's take a look at the impact players brought to you by Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Yeah, we'll start with Xavier Langford. Xavier Langford, the quarterback. We talked about him earlier. He's got to make some good decisions, make some big plays. Brian Jenkins got to be his playmaker on the offensive side of the ball.
So the Rattlers, wearing their green uniforms, are on offense. Jeremy Musa out at quarterback. He'll have Terrell Jennings in the backfield. Musa turns, hands to Jennings, spins away from one would-be tackler, and then he's knocked down in the backfield. A big hit by number 9, Dre Terry to get this ball game underway.
Well, number 18, Kobe Ross, the tight end. He was lined up. He was supposed to chip. That is not exactly a chip. He just let him go wide open in there to your running back, and that is not the way to get it done. When they look at film, he will not be a happy man when he looks at that play.
Yeah, Zarion Hayes got there first, but he managed somehow to slip away from him to Jennings, and then he was knocked down after that. So a loss on the play. It'll bring up 2nd down and 13 for the Rattlers. Musa with time. Throws it out near the sideline. Has Jennings again, but he won't get far. Gets it up to the 20-yard line there. Here's our first opportunity to see Jeremy Musa, who's the transfer from Vanderbilt. This guy comes in. Until this season, he hadn't really played any meaningful plays in about 2 years because he left Vanderbilt, went to a junior college, so it's been a while. But this young man is back. He's getting his opportunity. Talking to Coach Simmons, he said, I love his arm. He has a great arm. He can get it done. He has all the talents. He's just outstanding. He can make every throw. And here he is on a 3rd down with 8 yards to go for the 1st down. Good protection from Musa. Dumps it off underneath. Has Shareed. Shareed slips away from a couple of tacklers, and he gets it close to the 30-yard line as he tries to put the ball forward. That is Jamarie Shareed.
Wow, Jamarie, great moves there. Again, he's 5'7". He used that small stature to his advantage right here. I mean, look at this little shiftiness right here, and then just kind of like ropey-dope kind of underneath him and allowed him to get those extra yards. Great move there. And those kind of plays can spark your offense. It wasn't enough to get the 1st down, but that type of effort can spark.
Yes, he came up a yard short. So that will give us our first look at Chris Fadul, the young man who's 3rd in the nation when it comes to punting, averaging almost 47 yards per kick. He's outstanding. Tore his ACL. Remember that last year. He was one of the best kickers in the SWAC, and we do have a whistle before he could get the ball away.
They should have reviewed the play.
He went ahead and just said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and kick it, get myself a little stretch in there.
A little practice.
And that is what you do as a kicker. Don't stop yourself.
Please reset the play clock.
What a FAMU and Alabama A&M fans.
Y.N. Myers the 3rd. He's our referee for the day, and we're pretty used to seeing that guy. He's the third game we've done where he's been the referee for the game.
Yeah, no. I guess we're scheduled with him. I didn't realize that, but we are. But he calls a good game, and again, every game we had have been very efficient. Although right now, maybe he wants to be seen too much on TV. I'm not quite sure.
He's waiting for the clock to be set.
The play clocks are not functioning properly. Please turn the play clocks on. The time will be kept on the field.
Y.N. Myers, right on top of that, spotted the clock right away. He said, we're not playing that game. Okay, I'm going to handle it. We're good to go. Let's get this punt off.
So Chris Fadul will line up again and get set to boom another one. He's a graduate student, and he's definitely an NFL prospect coming into this one as his kick is high and deep. Fair catch is called for and made at about the 36-yard line. So that is where Alabama A&M will go on offense. Fair catch made there by Brian Jenkins Jr. We'll see him also in this ball game at wide receiver. But with the Bulldogs going on offense, it'll give us our first look at Xavier Langford, number 16 at quarterback. He's a 6'2", 195-pound junior from Pelham, Alabama. He's out of the two quarterbacks between he and Quincy Casey. He's the running quarterback of the two, but coach says so far he's been the quarterback that has been executing their offense.
He fought to win this position, and he's got to fight to keep it. And this is about that time, the fourth game of the season, where you want to see things really elevate and escalate.
So Langford runs option left, pitches to Quarles. Quarles trying to get by that first initial tackler, and he's not able to do it as Isaiah Major held down and yanked him down.
And the Rattlers had basically rattled up that play. I mean, great job coming down that line. Didn't give him a whole lot of room to make a decision. And again, everyone followed your responsibilities. When it comes to a pitch, you got to have great lateral movement.
This time, Langford to pass. It has a man open. That is Brian Jenkins Jr., and he takes it all the way just shy of the 40-yard line with a big first down for the Bulldogs.
Great play call, and again, great the way he rode that ball in there. That defense sucked in a little bit. That created the gap. Watch right here. That defense just takes that step up, creates the room. Now right here, a great move there. I thought if he stayed to the outside, he actually would have gotten some more yards. The way to battle.
They go back to Quarles, and he breaks the tackle, and then Quarles dives down near the 30-yard line. So Gary Quarles with his biggest run of the game.
And Connell Maynard's liking what he's seeing out of those Bulldogs, that Bulldog offense. And again, they have great pace, and they're attacking well.
They're going up tempo on offense. That is a 1st and 10 now for the Bulldogs. Langford to pass it. Goes near the sideline, has a man. There goes a flag down. Could be an illegal block as Isaiah Cox made the catch for a short gain.
Yeah, I think Brian Jenkins may be caught with a hold. He was really extended there on that. But again, I like the way those wide receivers were blocking. Good play call. We'll see what he calls here.
Holding. Offense. Number 88. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Bryson Clark, the tight end, was guilty of the hold.
Oh, so Clark got it right there. Actually, I saw his jersey being flown around more than interesting call there.
That was a double hold. So that will back up the Bulldogs, make it 1st and 20 as Langford looks over to the sidelines. He's completed 49% of his passes so far this season in 3 games. Actually started his career as a walk-on, worked his way into being a starter. Gives it to Quarles. No, he keeps it himself. Langford moves it up, going to pick up almost 10 yards on the play. So he got the penalty yardage back on that run.
Yeah, and you know, it even confused you. The way he rides that ball into that running back, just think every linebacker, that they all have to wait that extra half second to see if the ball's there or not, and it creates the room. And I'll tell you, when he made the decision to run, he was gone.
2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs. Langford again looking to throw it. Has a man wide open. That is Bryson Clark. Clark is at the 5 and dives to the 1-yard line. That is where he's going to be down. But Langford's eyes got wide open when he saw how wide open his big tight end was.
Yeah, I think that's the term, wide open. When you look in the dictionary, that's the picture you'll see. It's right here. He is clear to go. And watch him. He makes this leap right here. He gets to that half-yard line right just there. Oh, wow.
And they go quickly. It's been the tempo on this drive, and it leads to a touchdown for the Bulldogs. Gary Quarles, the young man, was at the bottom of that pile, pushing it forward.
Oh, you got to love the aggressiveness. And again, you know, a lot of these teams now in college run pace, so it's not that unusual, but they really had a very good pace. The bigger the play, the faster they lined up. And that tells you that Connell Maynard is getting that play in very quickly, and the players are just reacting and doing what they're told really well. That's good.
Well, that was an outstanding drive by the Bulldogs. Victor Barbosa is on for the extra point. And just like that, on the first possession, the Bulldogs are on the board, 7-0. We'll be right back.
Timeout.
What up, Mo? What's going on? How you doing? Yeah, man, we back. FAMU, Alabama, A&M. I don't like the way this game is going. My bad, y'all. I was reading something from my credit union talking about life insurance policy. Well, they'll try to sucker you into anything these days. I'm straight. This ain't even from the credit union, though. I'm straight. Yeah, the margin 100. They ain't doing a lot of margin right now. Yeah, punt on their first drive. Then they handling it. Hey, look, I've come to realize that people only tune in to watch Jackson State play. As much hate as Jackson State gets, people are only really interested in watching them win or lose. That's it. They tune in for the show. Period, point blank. Period, point blank. And, you know, Jack State won 49-7. They played buddy ball a little bit. You know what I'm saying? They didn't call a timeout in the second half. Not a one. They didn't play a polished game. It wasn't a complete game. They dominated the entire game, but it wasn't complete. Not for my standards. Not for Deion Sanders, the Coach Prime standards either. But then you go to margin 100. They go to margin 100. Like the stream. Share the stream.
9 new roads. And that last drive went a little more than 80 yards as they took it all the way down the field before Gary Quarles took it in on a short run. But it was the tempo that definitely set the pace on that drive.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? I mean, we get excited about tempo, but tempo happens great when you're having success, right? You're able to put tempo when you have behind the chains plays. You don't tend to get that. But again, the play calling was in quick. The team was able to go up and make the plays, but the run, the pass, the mix between them, and the great job of play action helped lead that drive down the field. Great job by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Gary Quarles, that was a 2-yard touchdown run by the young running back. And the kickoff goes deep again. And the return is to the 25, 26-yard line. On the carry is Xavier Smith again. On the return, he returned the last one. Here's our impact players brought to you today by Cricket for the Rattlers.
Yeah, and of course, it starts with your quarterback, Jeremy Musa. He's got to make plays. He's got to have a better tempo, certainly better than that first drive. And then Xavier Smith, he's an electric wide receiver. He has got to make himself available, help his quarterback out, and make some big plays.
Yeah, back during the SWAC Media Day this summer, back in July, Coach Simmons said, I didn't do a good job getting that young man the ball last year. We will get him the football this year, and that's what they've done so far in 3 games this year. He's been their leading receiver. Last week, 8 catches for 118 yards and a touchdown as the Rattlers go 1st and 10 with Musa behind center. And now we have a whistle from our referee, Y.N. Myers.
Well, that is not the way to start out.
Delayed game, offense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Yeah, that is not the way to start things out. I mean, as a quarterback, we just talked about him being an impact player. He's got to make sure he gets everybody set and gets it rolling, especially on a play coming off.
There you see Coach Willie Simmons on the sideline. He is the play caller, by the way. He does call the plays for the Rattlers, so he's not going to be too happy with that.
He's popping Tums right now. You shouldn't see it. That's a Malox moment is what I call that.
2nd and 15 to go for the Rattlers. Musa throws and it's incomplete. He threw it in the direction of David Manigo. He looked like he was open on the play, but somehow Musa just bounced that one in there.
Well, I think it was the pressure of the defensive line, right? I mean, they got right up in him. He really couldn't extend that shoulder. He had guys he knew when he's throwing that ball, he was going to come down on some defensive linemen, so he threw it awkward. But he had an open player. The decision was right. He just couldn't get it off.
Yeah, Musa's been playing very well for the Rattlers right now. He's 2nd in the SWAC in passing yards coming into this ball game. Tries to screen the other way, and it's almost intercepted. Wow, there was a lot going on that play.
That as soon as I saw it, it reminded me of a game of hot potato. Remember that bunch? Hot potato, who wants it? And I'll tell you, the Rattlers are very lucky it didn't wind up in a Bulldog's hand. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 tips, and almost 5 winding up in Bulldog's hands.
Well, number 60, Liston Richardson made a great play. He almost stretched out there and intercepted the pass right from the start. So now the Rattlers have it 3rd and 15. Musa with some time fires over the middle. The pass will be incomplete. A nice defensive play there by the Bulldogs. Carlos Becker was there on the coverage.
Bulldogs are blitzing and coming at them really, really well, and they're mixing it up, right? Right there, they only had 2 guys on the defensive line when that play started, and then they rushed someone from the back, right? So they're making the Rattlers offensive line have to really, really think and they're coming hard.
They're doing a great job on defense so far. And as you know, during the offseason, the Bulldogs underwent a lot of changes on defense. They really did. As Chris Badul comes back on to kick the football away.
Yeah, playing the defense.
And the Bulldogs will make the fair catch at about the 41-yard line. That is Brian Jenkins on the fair catch. We're going to pause for a timeout. 7-0. The Bulldogs are out in front.
Man, I don't even like, if I'm a FAMU fan, I don't even like how this game going. Alabama and they praising Alabama A&M defense, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is this defense ain't improved. The play calling against this defense right now is trash. The way that you're not attacking them, you're letting them attack you. So why you ain't running slants, zone read options? You know what I mean? Why you ain't quick gaming? I mean, it's that little slow developing screenplay you try to run the X, that wasn't gonna get you nowhere. People could see that. You gotta go vertical in your passing game. You gotta go vertical in your passing game. You don't go vertical in the passing game, that other stuff ain't gonna work. You gotta get you some slants in there. You gotta dink and dunk it a little bit. Gotta dink and dunk it. You gotta give your quarterback some rhythm throws. Then let him use his legs. Alabama A&M is not good. They got holes in their defense. Them safeties is trash. Them cornerbacks ain't all that either. Although Maynard went to go get all them people to play JSU, but JSU ain't the team that he was facing last year. They're much more aligned. But, if you look at Alabama A&M's first 3 games, they gave up some stuff. But they fighting right now. Shoot.
Them 2 minutes and 38 seconds before Gary Quarles went in for 2 yards out to make it a 7-0 game. And now they start with better field position with the football resting at about the 41-yard line.
You got to attack them how they attacking your defense.
Magic they did on that first drive.
Because they offense
Langford
ain't that
quarterback
good.
will throw.
Short
Completes
hits.
his pass to Brian Jenkins. And I'm going to ask you, can you guess looking at Brian Jenkins, what his nickname is on the play? As you see the Rattlers on the sidelines working with that offensive line, trying to get things worked out. His nickname is Juice.
Juice.
Wow. You got to figure he has some scoot in him if his nickname is Juice.
Yeah, I was going to say BJ, just to keep it simple. But
So that was a gain of 3. Go to Quarles this time, and Quarles will pick up another 3 before he is pushed back.
I have a lot of respect for Quarles. I mean, he's 5'6", about 170 or so. Has a 300-pounder laying on him, knocking him out. Always, the fighting the dog right there, and he's a Bulldog, and he can fight for sure.
Well, he came into this game with 48 carries this year for 127 yards, scored 1 touchdown, scored his second one earlier today. So he's starting to get in the groove, and so is his offensive team, it appears. So big third down. 3rd and 5 for the Bulldogs. Langford will throw it. Fires in right near the sticks. That's going to be very close to a first down. And on the play, Keenan Hambrick feels like he picked it up. And
I got this
did.
quarterback looking like he good, and he ain't good, bro.
For the Bulldogs.
And what I like is they line right up, right? They just go right. They're ready to go.
This time he has 3 wideouts to his left. But Langford looks to his right, throws it inside, completes it to big number 85 on the play. That's a nice catch to Abdul Fattah Ibrahim. He's their All-American wide receiver. We weren't sure he was going to play in this game.
What ankle problem? Right there. Look at this spin right here. Oh, my legs are just fine. Stretching out.
He had a foot injury, went out of the game last week. Langford this time under pressure has a man open down the sideline, and he was a little too strong for Kendrick Johnson. Boy, would he love to have that throwback.
Again, a miss a problem with the FAMU defense. He was wide open. That's the second time on that left side. They've got some of a tight end going wide open down that sideline. They got to figure out what's going on there. There's not the communication they need in the defensive back.
It actually looked like it could have been the same play.
Yeah, it did. There was a little bit more on the numbers, not quite as wide, but, man, he was wide open.
So a little more on Ty Ibrahim. He played his first game last week against Austin Peay. That foot injury kept him out the first couple of ball games. So good to have him in the lineup for Connell Maynard's team. This time Langford on the keeper, straight up the middle. And Langford's going to pick up about 6 yards on the play.
Yeah, they kind of ran a pistol set right there. They have two halfbacks right there, and then one goes in motion, and then he uses one to block for him. And look at the great block by Charles, right? He can not only run. I don't know if I mentioned that at the beginning. He's one of the best blockers they have, not just a great running back, but he does a great job blocking. And really about blocking as a running back is the commitment. And it shows his commitment to the team to be able to block the way he is.
So 3rd and 4 now for the Bulldogs. Langford on a pitch inside to his big tight end. It's Johnson, Kendrick Johnson, and that's going to be a first down. And how about that? A little magic in there.
How about Connell Maynard? Not the play calling, the speed of which it's getting in, and the execution of the team, right? It's one thing to say I'm going to call a good play, but to be able to execute it like that. And again, with disruption, I mean, there was disruption. Isaiah Land was in that backfield, almost messed up the play, but they were able to pull it off.
You got to give Langford a lot of credit on that pitch. Oh, a big hit in the backfield, and that's Isaiah Land coming in there. He read that one all the way.
He was like, I just missed the last one. I'm not missing it again. I mean, that's exactly, you can tell his intensity coming into here. He's going to get the plays. They've got to find a way to get him. Man. I mean, that is.
Gary Quells never saw what hit him. As you like to say, my friend, a man with bad intentions on his mind on that play. So that brings up a 2nd and 12 after a loss of 2 yards on the play. Fakes it to Quarles, comes back inside, and it's going to be an incompleted pass. Tried to hit Abdul to Ty Ibrahim again, and that time just couldn't quite hang on.
I'll tell you what, he missed that ball, but did you see how he had to spin around and use his legs there? His legs must be just fine now because he didn't. I thought he'd like either limp or ache out of that one, but
blocking the back, offense, number 2, 10-yard penalty, replay, 2nd down.
We did have a penalty flag down on that play, and it's Brian Jenkins who was guilty of the block in the back. So that will slow down that Bulldogs Express as they navigated the football field pretty well here in the early going.
Yeah, let's see what they do out of the, and again, if you're the Bulldogs, you're a Bulldog fan watching this, what you want to make sure you do is get some positive plays and at least keep yourself in good field goal range. Don't do anything crazy.
So that's going to make it 2nd and 22 as Xavier Langford calls out the signals. Makes it inside. As a pocket that collapsed, ball goes straight up, and it should have been intercepted. Isaiah Major had the easiest interception you could probably ever have, and the ball just slipped right through his hands.
Yeah, he's going to lose some over that. And that ball pops in the air about as long as it possibly can. Watch it get right in his hands.
Yeah, Johnny Chaney had a shot at it first.
Yeah.
And then it was too high for him, and it came right down in Major's hands.
Is the catch by the offense. The previous play was on a further review.
Well, let's see that one again.
They said a catch by the offense.
By the offense. So let's see the lone white jersey in the vicinity.
Let me see this. It would be the miracle catch, if anything.
Let's see.
So defender, no ground. I mean, what they say, he caught it by his feet.
Well, I think
they didn't see it bounce. They didn't see it bounce.
Well, Brian Jenkins came in and took the ball from between his ankles.
Yeah,
and
it had already bounced twice. I mean, it's going to be a fast replay, no question about that. My gosh, but I tell you, those are the ones that you have nightmares about if you're a defender. For one, you want to go as a linebacker. You're like, when I get a chance to intercept that ball, I want it. And then everything happens in a slow-mo. You just can't get there. And then you spot it. It goes through your hands. Oh, it's rough.
this may be another athlete named Juice who has a chance at an acting career, because if he made the officials think he caught that one, my goodness, that's a pretty good job there by Brian Jenkins Jr.
Well, he's got a great effects team. I think it's maybe what it is.
Let's see.
Be able to do that. But again, pressure from the Rattlers right up in his face. That's why that ball goes flying up in the air. He's got 3 people around him. So I think, we didn't talk about that. The great pressure by the Rattlers. Well, we didn't get to see it in the ball there.
But it definitely hit the ground.
It hit the ground twice before it came up. So I'm surprised it's taking this long. You'd almost want someone to stop and say, hey, whoa, there's no need. You don't even need to put the headsets on.
Here we go.
The ruling on the field stands. The ball never touched the ground and was caught by an offensive player. 3rd down.
Did they not see what we didn't see?
No, he said the ruling on the field was incomplete. So
he said it was caught by the offensive players. We just said.
It's incomplete. It's back to still 3rd and 22 on the scoreboard. So
you just said it wrong.
Yeah,
I said it because bounce into the feet. Bounce into the feet. It looks like it's moved up.
So the Bulldogs have the ball definitely moved up.
Wow.
Now it's going to be like a 3rd and 16 to go. The give is to Quarles. He tries to bounce it on the outside. He's not going to get there. Great job by the Rattlers on defense. Swarming all over the place. Number 92, Gentle Hunt. And I have to, his coach even said he is gentle. He's a nice guy off the field, but not on the field. Big play by Gentle Hunt.
I think it turns anything but gentle, right?
So the Bulldogs will attempt the field goal.
I wonder if they call him the Big Gentle.
From 42 yards out. Looks like it's Zach Alvarez on for the kick, and it's a line drive, and it's low, and it got through there. So Zach Alvarez converts on the field goal. And just like that, the Bulldogs are going to build on their lead. We'll be back. 10-0, Alabama A&M.
These SWAC refs are pathetic. How do you call that a complete pass and give them like 10 yards? There's no way that they shouldn't even have 3 points. They should not have 3 points. This game should be 0 with Alabama A&M punting. The ball bounced right in between the linebacker's legs and then bounced back up and hit the ground again before being trapped between his feet, and they labeled it a catch. And moved it up. That is some horrible officiating. Horrible officiating. And I'm pretty sure that the SWAC office will be getting a phone call regarding that play. Because that's 3 points. That 3 points right there could cost FAMU the game. If you just want to keep it $150. It could cost them the game. But hey, man, look, it's a light crowd in here today, man, for FAMU in the A&M game. I guess I got to go into the real streets, man, and pull up the next game. Yeah, let me see what's going on. I'm looking for something, y'all. Just bear with me. Told y'all people love Jeju. They all over it. Feminist man. Prairie View. Oh, it's a lot of people watching that game. Prairie View and Alabama State. It's 7 Prairie View, 6 Alabama State. I'm going to see what FAMU does right here, and then I'll pull that game up. And I don't know. Do we have any Alabama State fans in here?
Wow, that was Xavier Smith running the football, but great coverage by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it looks like the Gabriel Floyd just absolutely just hit him right in the mouth. Right there. I mean, that is whoo. Catching him right out of the air, planting him down. That's a great hit.
And that's what special teams are all about. You have to sacrifice the body, and he definitely did on that play. Big play. So Jeremy Musa comes out now, and I'm sure he's would love to get something going here. The 6'3", 225-pounder. He's a graduate student out of Chino Hills, California. We mentioned at the top the transfer from Vanderbilt. Passing, he's been an excellent passer so far this year. So credit that Bulldogs defense as we get a stoppage on the field before they can snap it.
Delay game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That is the second delay game penalty called against the Rattlers, and Willie Simmons, he doesn't agree with that.
Well, I think it's they can't see a play clock because the play clock is not working, and so I think it's always in the transition where they where they get the play clock violation.
So Musa will put it up top.
Woo!
Looks downfield, has a man, and it's a completed pass.
Oh.
That is number 19, Xavier Smith. Beautiful throw and beautiful catch.
Told y'all.
Yeah, but Xavier Smith did a good
And
job.
them cannot cover.
Numbers, right?
That's
So
their
creating room
weakness.
on that outside.
You gotta attack
And
their
Musa
weakness,
throws
man.
just
Them
to the outside,
DBs
so
is
now
not
they can trip.
DBs,
Watch
bro.
him
They
trip
just
right
some
there.
people that was
And
in
that
the quarter
allows
that
him to
was
turn
never
it
gonna
back up.
play.
Gives him room on the sidelines. Great job. Great execution.
They some portal
Again, I
people.
think
They
a lot of
wasn't never
players and
gonna play.
receivers that get wide, get too wide, and there's no room.
Xavier Smith, 5'10", 170 from Haines City.
Prairie
This time
View
they
winning
go
by
up the
1
middle with the
point.
run, and they're going to pick up about 4, maybe 5 yards on the carry. So all of a sudden, the Rattlers have found some life on the offensive end. That was number 23, Terrell Jennings on the carry. Terrell Jennings on the carry.
Yeah, but it's amazing. One big play, right, can just kind of set things right and take the nerves out. And, because there's no doubt he's trying to make something happen. Musa is. And again, when you just get that one big play, it makes you settle down. You're able to relax a little bit. He's an accurate thrower, but so far he's just not put on the money.
Actually, a gain of about 2 where it was marked down, so it'll bring up second down and about 8 for the Rattlers. And Musa wants a timeout. So again, he may have thought what you said just a minute ago. He may have thought the clock was running down.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't see it anymore right now, so that's real confusing to them. But I'll tell you,
30-second
yeah,
timeout.
Simmons is yelling at him, telling him, don't worry about that clock. We got the play in. You should know you have more time than that. But again, now he's a little gun shy, right? Because he's already been called twice on it. Doesn't want to do it again. They got something moving here. I personally don't mind the timeout here. Let's just get it together, make sure we make this drive if you're a Rattler fan and get something out of this.
Florida A&M has really dominated this series. They lead the Bulldogs overall 14 wins to just 2. And then last year they pulled off that outstanding comeback, scoring 19 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that broke the Bulldogs' hearts right there. I bet you they certainly talked about that before this game. They probably watched a couple of replays of that to get them warmed up.
This time he's going to hand off to Jennings again, still moving. Jennings around the left side, and he's going to be close to that first down.
Wow, Jennings, 6'1", 225. Watch this run. He was at the rights right here. Boom, 1-2. He just threw him down like nothing. Great job turning the corner. That's all Jennings right there. Nice job.
Great job, and it's a first down for the Rattlers, as this has been their best offensive drive so far in this ball game, led by Terrell Jennings and their quarterback, Jeremy Musa, who had that long pass to Xavier Smith. So they go 1st and 10 with about 2:38 to go here in the quarter.
He just keep throwing it deep, bro.
Pass has his man
It's
open
there.
and and he lays out.
It's there
and he just
every
about
play.
had an outstanding.
Get another receiver in there and run another goal.
Would have been a Superman catch if he could have hung on to it, but he laid out like Superman. Like he was
It's
getting ready to
there.
fly.
Alabama A&M is trash.
He's saying, go get it. And watch right at the end there. He had just on his fingertips. Couldn't bring it back. But, man, that is play out for sure.
He tried to drop a dime on him and just missed him. It might have been just a tad overthrown, but a great effort by Xavier Smith.
We'll say this: Bulldogs defensive line and linebackers, they're getting penetration almost every play. The Rattlers have to get rid of the ball in a timing way, otherwise they're in trouble. And Musa got rid of the ball quickly.
2nd and 10 this time. And a keeper on the play by the Rattlers as number 11, Ja'Cory Jordan, got in the game at quarterback and kept the football and picked up a nice gain.
Throwing a wrinkle in there, Adam.
Timeout for an injured player.
There is a timeout as Ja'Cory Jordan goes back to the sidelines. He's a 6'4", 195-pound freshman out of Jacksonville.
When you're running plays that quick, Butch, for the defense even, they have to make sure they're looking at that backfield to make sure who's pulling the trigger, right?
That may hurt. That is the defensive end, Zarion Hayes, who's been the best defensive lineman for Alabama A&M so far this year, and he appears to be shaken up on the play.
I believe last week 4 tackles and a sack, and he can get things done. Again, the good news is he walked off under his own power. Maybe hopefully he's just shaken up just a little bit, collect his breath, and get back together. There's no trainers around him, so you have to hope that he's in good shape. But yeah, you want to keep that man, if you're a Bulldog fan, healthy.
That's always a good sign. So 3rd and 9 now. We had movement up front. Moose is going to throw it near the sideline, and he completed his pass. It looked like it was Xavier Smith over there, but there was a flag.
Offside. Defense. Number 9. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Well, the whole time that offensive line from the Rattlers
Correction.
did
3rd
not
down.
move. It looked like the craziest trick play. I was like, what are they getting ready to run here? You knew they had a free play because the Bulldogs jumped off sides, but I've never seen an entire offensive line just stay in the squad and didn't move.
Well, it looked like Musa knew there was a free play, but no one else did.
But even the center snapped the ball, but then didn't move. Right? There was no. That was odd.
So now the Rattlers are looking at 3rd and a long 4 to continue the drive. Musa back in at quarterback. Fires
Wide open.
and he threw it too long. He let him out of bounds. He was trying to hit David Manigo, and he just missed him.
Yeah, it's one you got to throw earlier, and you'll catch him before he hits that outside sidelines. And again, that's a tough one there for them. Either Manigo has to run more inside, but either way, Musso just waits too long. And again, the pressure from Alabama A&M, they are getting them.
Slant wide open.
So now we have 4th down, and the Rattlers will go for the field goal attempt. Number 43, Chris Badul, will set it down. He's going to hold it. Ball's going to be placed. It's going to be a 47-yard attempt by Jose Romo Martinez, who also has an extremely strong leg. From 47 yards, his kick is away, and it is – we have a flag down. It was no good. The kick was no good, but there was a flag that went down right around the time the kick missed.
The Bulldog player in the back, she said, whoa, did I do something?
Yeah, too many men on the field.
There's Brian Jenkins back there.
Illegal substitution. Defense. More than 11 players on the field at the snap. 5-yard penalty. Result in the 1st down.
That is a huge penalty because that's going to give them the 1st down and allow the drive to continue. That's a mistake on the special teams because the Rattlers were set to punt the ball away.
And again, that's we talked about a Malox moment for Simmons earlier. Well, this was one for Maynard that I'm sure they will get after about that.
Coach Willie Simmons in his 5th year at Florida A&M. He is calling the offensive signals today. Musa turns and he gives to the big back this time. That was Jalen McLeod. And I say big back because he comes in, he's close to 250. Number 25 right there out of Jacksonville. He's a 6'1". He's right around 250 on the scale, give or take.
It depends on what scale you're looking at, right? The one thing you'll know about NCAA weight distribution, it always changes in the college football athlete.
Big man made a nice cut on that play, though. Would pick up about 3 yards. As Jeremy Musa gets the offense set. Snaps it, looking over to his right. Lobs it up, but it's out of bounds. And Musa, for the second time, did not really give his receiver, David Manigo, an opportunity to catch the football.
Stop throwing it to 85. He ain't even running the route right.
In the inside. He's already starting almost on the sideline itself.
He can't be that far. He ain't giving himself no room.
He's got to take him in a little bit and give him some room. He's not giving any room. He's running right on that sideline.
Yep.
So now the Rattlers come in. You see number 10, Jamarie Shareed. He's a young man with a lot of speed and plenty of moves. We remember the job he did last year. He came into this game with only 2 catches for 27 yards, but he's a threat.
Let's him come over the middle.
Musa on 3rd and 8. Fires for the corner. Has a man over there. It is number 19, Xavier Smith, and he's bumped out of bounds right around the 1-yard line.
Xavier Smith, good job there. I mean,
nobody had pretty
active. And again, that was a great throw right here.
Ain't nobody in Brad.
I mean, you know, it's one thing. People get on quarterbacks, but your receivers have to get open.
And he goes to the handoff straight ahead to his big running back, and he's going to get it down. Looked like he had no gain on the play. Stopped right there at the 1-yard line. And the Rattlers come back quickly as they line it up. This time, gives it to the big back again. He's close, and he's pushed back. There's a battle at the goal line, and McLeod, no signal from the officials yet, so they're going to mark him down.
You got to keep that ball
on the 1-yard line.
Wow, McLeod was getting not only hit from the defense, but then his own offensive linemen were running into him, hitting him in the back, trying to knock him over the top, and he was trying to – you talk about taking the beating right there.
So McLeod is out. That, as the clock ticks down, the final seconds of the first quarter with the Rattlers knocking on the door.
Right there, commercial. Let's go somewhere else. Tennessee kicking Florida, you know what? Austin P getting handled too. Austin P getting worked. They had 3 points. Who we got? Albany and Clark? Nah, I ain't interested. This game ain't on yet. It ain't on yet, y'all. When it's on, it's on. Let's look at them. They bragging about them. Let's look at them. Look at that score.
The backup running back, 5'11" junior from Fort Worth, Texas. His first touchdown of the season.
They got a whole quarter to go. They whooping the dog shit out of Virginia Lynchburg. See? JSU was playing today. They were playing buddy ball. They should have ran it up like that. Which I'm sure they're celebrating right now. But they still got some work to do. They played their game. And what's scary is, even though they're dominating schools, they ain't played their best game yet. We ain't seen the best JSU game yet. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the FAMU game. Although you had a lot of scoring and stuff like that, it wasn't the FAMU game. They gonna play their best game against Southern. Watch. Shout out to everybody that's working today but tuned into the stream, because I'm working too. Oh, I was supposed to bring up Bama State and Prairie View, wasn't I? Oops. My bad. It's still 7-6 Prairie View, and they just stripped the ball from the quarterback, Bama State quarterback. Prairie View got the ball, approaching midfield. Come on, man. This dude always need an override. I'm gonna quit override. My bad.
And Musa straight ahead with the quarterback sneak, and he's in there for the touchdown. Well, all the players are signaling, but still nothing from the officials yet. Let's see.
Yeah, they're not quick to just throw up their hands, but I mean, I'll be surprised if he got in. His whole body looked like it was in for a bit.
Yeah, no, there's no signal yet on the field. I thought with that initial surge, he got in.
Yeah, right there, he looks like
It looked like he's in.
Cross, and then he comes backwards.
But
yeah, and then he comes backwards. His whole body, you got to understand it.
They did that to Shador.
That's tough, man. Ian Myers and company say he did not make it. So the ball will be put back on the 1 yard line, and this will be a big 4th down coming up for the Rattlers.
Yeah, it would be tough to fight that on a replay because you just don't have enough angles to be able to see to overturn that.
So 4th and 1 for the touchdown. They go to Jennings, and he walks in for the touchdown for FAMU. Nice job by Terrell Jennings there, and a good job of ball handling by the quarterback, Jeremy Musa.
Prairie View just scored.
That left side of the offensive line literally just collapsed everyone, and he did a great job of cutting. Watch that collapse on the left side, and then he just goes up. Nice job to the outside. Way to finish, and again, Willie Simmons calling that 4th down, saying, you know what, we're down here, we're going for it. And again, you get a team that feels like you got a touchdown and you got robbed a little bit, you tend to get let down some, but they kept their focus and finished.
How about that? I mean, Coach Simmons didn't hesitate at all.
No.
He didn't even hesitate, didn't blink.
You know, and that gives a lot of confidence to your offense and your team when you got a coach that doesn't blink, right? Doesn't have that moment of, well, let me see what I'm going to do. It's like, no, we're going.
Prairie View 13.
Right? And it puts it on the
Bama
players,
State 6.
the players to go make and to execute, right? I mean, a play
and they just missed the extra point. Nah, they ain't took it yet.
Romo Martinez on to try and add the extra point. Nice snap, nice hold. Kick is away, and he drilled it. And just like that, Florida A&M is right back in this ball game thanks to that young man, Terrell Jennings, 1 yard touchdown.
Dad,
Listen, man, I don't even want to show y'all this, but I'm going to show y'all this. Let me pull it up. Let me show y'all this.
We're committed to keeping our community safe. That's why we're offering free vaccination.
Anyway, 14-6. JSU's next opponent is down 8. Just wanted to keep y'all abreast.
A&M University.
Well, they commercial long. Who y'all think gonna win this game though? I still got another 40 minutes of work.
Well, it turned out to be a test of Wales down on the goal line there as Florida A&M was knocking on the door, took 4 downs. They did on the 12th inning.
Again, that offensive line, that left offensive line did a great job collapsing. And again, I think just as we talked about during that play, you know, George Simmons said, let's go for it. Gave plenty of confidence to his team. And
So the kickoff is deep and through the end zone. So the Bulldogs will take over 1st and 10 on their own 25-yard line. And so far, the Alabama A&M offense has been the story of this game because they came out with an up-tempo attack, and really the Rattlers have had no answer for it up until this point.
yeah, no, I think now the onus is on the Bulldogs. And I guarantee it, Coach Maynard just challenged his team. He said, all right, look, we know what we've done. We got to keep doing it. I want us to keep pressure. And we'll see what happens here.
So Langford back in at quarterback.
Nice man.
For the Bulldogs. Langford will throw it off the zone read, completes this pass, and it's going to be a gain of about 8 yards as he hits Isaiah Cox.
Good play, right on target. And again, they did a good job of blocking for him, and he made a nice cut.
Nice catch by Isaiah Cox, the 5'11", 180-pounder from Ohio University, the transfer. Langford's going to keep it this time, has some room. He's got the first down and more as he goes out of bounds right at the midfield stripe.
Yeah, he did something right there at the end of that play I love. He switched that ball to that right side of his arm to protect it from getting punched out or whatever. Right here, watch. He decides to go, and he's gone. Ball's in the left hand. Right here, he'll put it in the right to make sure that no one's going to punch it out. And if it gets punched out, it goes to the outside. Plus, he's able to protect himself with that left arm.
So on first down, the Bulldogs throw a pass near the sideline, and it is complete to Cox. And Cox takes it all the way down inside the 30. Actually, he's ruled down right at the 30-yard line. So the Bulldogs answer immediately.
Watch this throw. It is off before he even makes the cut. He turns around. That ball is coming right at him. And then great job of balance and then going out pushing the ball up the field.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. This time they go on the ground, and we do have a flag as Donovan Eaglin carried the football for the first time today, but we will see what Y.N. Myers and company has.
Holding offense. Number 52. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Number 52 is Jonathan Williams, the big 6'2", 270-pound senior from Mobile, was guilty of holding, and that will cost the Bulldogs 10. So Langford will come back out with the 1st and 20 situation. So far, he's played a really good game for Alabama A&M. Done a really good job of running that offense.
Yeah, he looks in command the entire time.
So 1st and 20. Fakes the handoff. He said, ball is loose. And it's picked up by Isaiah Land. No, he didn't get it. It's still loose.
Y'all don't get on the ball.
A&M came back and recovered the fumble after Florida A&M had 2 chances to get that football.
There's no recovery. It should be second and 30.
Dogs were with him on that ball, on that play. You remember the football follies that you used to see? That's one.
You're going to see whether or not it's a fumble, but it looked like it was out.
He don't recover.
And that was big Kamari Stevens, 97, who got there first.
It's 2nd down. It's 2nd and like 40.
Wow, that was a huge play here. And again, in looking at that, it looked like a fumble from live play. I guess we're going to see it in a replay here to see if that arm was indeed moving forward. Then it would be a incomplete pass.
Just great pressure, though. Watch the pass rush. Oh, that's a fumble.
fumble.
That's a fumble. That's a fumble. His arm was going back, and when he tried to go forward with it, that ball was not in his hand.
Yeah, it seems like he had already lost possession of the football. And right there, I thought Isaiah Land might have picked it up.
I did too, and that's one of those things that this coach is going to say, just fall on it instead of try to pick it up and run it. That's hard to tell a player in that situation.
So it's a fumble and first and a long way, but he completes it inside to Abdul Fattah Ibrahim, and that's going to get a big chunk of it right back.
What a fight in Ibrahim. Wow. He was taking on 3 to 4 defenders right there.
Yeah, you look at him, he looks bigger than 6'1", but he's listed at 6'1", about 195. But he won just about every award you could have won last year. He was on everybody's watch list. I mean, this guy needs to get the football in his hands because he can make things happen.
He sure can. And he's exciting to watch. We've seen him play.
So Langford still looking at third and a mile. I mean, he's got 3rd and 18, so he still needs a big chunk of that yard to go for the first down. Langford has the roll, dumps it off to his
Why would you take an outside
That is
pursuit?
Eaglin, and he's pushed out of bounds. Well short of the first down with 11:04.
FAMU linebacker's trash. Look at him. He takes an outside, and he gets blocked easily by the tight end. He cannot give up his leverage. He's seen the halfback. You got to keep your outside leverage, because if you keep outside leverage, you might knock the halfback out. They going for it?
4th and 15. They're going to go for it.
They're going to go for it.
What's he going to punt it?
And a quick kick.
Like it.
Tries to get it down inside the 10, and they do. A nice job and a good job by Terrell Gardner there, touching the ball down, so they will pin the Rattlers back deep in their own territory.
Great play call and great execution there. I loved it.
All right, look. I don't know if they on a little break.
Your father.
Yeah, they on a little break. Let's go look at some more.
By the safety, number 8, Jabari Bellamy. It's the Hornets, first down.
Reverse pass over the middle. The tight end. He's got ready to run.
Robert McMahon with the reception down to the 12-yard line for the Hornets. First down. Timeout. Into Perry, play number 33, Baltimore.
That dude is out. He out for a minute, y'all. Back to this game. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Outside of the JSU game, these games don't be interesting to watch at all. They don't be interesting at all. Alabama, A&M, ain't no fans in Montgomery. They playing Prairie View, a top West team. Them stands should have been packed for that game. But people got to do a better job showing up to these games and supporting us.
Except for one play. This time he turns and he gives to Shareed, and Shareed is caught in the end zone, and that's going to be a safety for the Bulldogs. Crazy. They will get 2 points on the play. Crazy. He gave it back to Jamarier Shareed, and he could not get out of his own end zone.
Charles Bell came flying up in there for that tackle, and that defense just came. I mean, they were selling out.
Look at them.
Now you can see the Rattlers crowd. I mean, they want to have something to cheer about here.
Yeah, but watch him come. He comes flying inside.
Why would you,
receiver doesn't touch him, and Bell just says, you're coming down.
Put him in the game to run the ball.
Yeah, Kamari Young was over there trying to get a block,
bro,
and he really didn't get it.
Ran a whole other play.
The defender into the backfield, and he was there to make the safety. So what a change of events in this ball game, just when it looked like Florida A&M might get back into this thing, and all of a sudden 2 points goes over to the Bulldogs, and we have a 12-7 game with 10:20 to go here in the second quarter.
Yeah, safeties are always just really, really tough because not only do you give up the points, but you got to give the ball right back to them. And again, it fires up the defense. It changes a lot of momentum. And the Bulldogs were kind of losing a little bit of that momentum. But what a huge play. And how big was that punt, right? That little pooch punt wound up being big. I thought it would be at the 4, but they marked it at the 2.
Yeah, it looked like it was originally at the 4. And then when we came back from the break, it was on the 2. And now what makes the situation a little bit worse if you're a Florida A&M fan, they just got off the field from playing defense. I mean, they just had to stop the Bulldogs, and now after the safety, you go right back on the field for some more defense.
But as I was saying, man, people got to do a better job of going out and supporting these teams on Saturdays, just like you did when your kid was playing Pee Wee football. Pack the stands, support the team. Ooh.
Hit. That is a huge hit on the play. Wow. That's number 4, Cameron Young, on the return for the Bulldogs, but he was upended. Wow.
Right here, you're going to see it. Wow. Right when he tried to do a little jump, he got hit, and that just helped accelerate him over.
B.J. Bowler, the preseason all-SWAC first-teamer, was down there to make a huge hit.
Yeah, that big-time hit right there.
What I'm going to do is when they go to commercial, I'm going to go over to the South Carolina State and North Carolina A&T game.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you that Coach Simmons did tell me that they would have a DJ today on the field.
I can hear them just fine.
They get this crowd into it. You know, they get pumped up, and they're trying to get their defense pumped up now as Alabama A&M gets the football back. And now the Bulldogs are guilty of delayed.
See, I think this is on the refs. You put out a play clock working. You got to help these guys in transitions. They start that play clock early, and they can't see it, and they think they have more time than they do in the transition. That each team now has been hurt by that.
Most Southern trash. They got beat by Texas Southern 24-0. They overhyped.
There to stack it up.
Yeah, there was a plethora of guys. I thought I saw a hand on a face mask, maybe turning that head. But no flag on the play. That's a great angle right here. You see the hit, and they're pulling on the helmet. Can't see if they're on the face mask, but again, good tackling, good team tackling with 3-4 people.
That was Gary Quarles on the carry for the Bulldogs. May have gotten a yard on the play, so make it 2nd and 14. Langford trying to roll out, and he's down. And number 40 made sure he was down there. Good play. That was Dre Jones coming in to make sure he was on the turf. But a good job at the top by that defensive end to contain the play and force Langford back inside.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what was happening during that play, but Kendrick Johnson, the tight end, on that left side, offensive left side, was screaming and yelling at them. I don't know if he's saying, let's get off the play or what. But he was really vocal before that play was snapped in.
3rd and long coming up now. They give it to Quarles. He has some room, still on his feet. Fighting hard as he gets it right there as number 3, Gary Quarles, and he might Might be injured on the play. Looked like he might have been shaken up just a little bit.
Yeah, his determination is fantastic. I mean, look how he just keeps his legs churning. Again, there's 3, 4, 5 guys around him all the time.
On his way to about the 25-yard line.
He finds his way to get up. I think he got hit where no guy likes to get hit. We'll just call it that. A bad place.
He's walking it off. As Troy Linvey is on to punt the football away. And a return is set up by the Rattlers. Fair catch called for and made at about the 38-yard line.
Juke the lineman.
So that is where the Rattlers.
Juke the lineman and go get paid, man. Golly, man. What is wrong with people? Fam, you going to have to go score right here or it's going to look ugly. All right, so like I said, we're going to go take a look at an old rivalry game that's just kicking off. We're going to come back to FAMU and A&M. You know what I'm saying? They already done scored. Crazy.
On the state's number, winning the last 6 matchups. Gavin Zimmerman puts it through, and South Carolina State has struck first as the Bulldogs lead 7-0. As we're going to step aside and take a break. Big South football on ESPN+.
Well, look like A&T about to take this L. Dang, that's crazy. I picked A&T. They already got marched on. It's crazy. I'm looking to see who else is playing. Why these games in commercial? UT put them paws on Florida. Straight paws.
Maybe this will help. So.
Jeez. Oh, my bad. I meant to do it this way. So I can do this. 14-6 halftime. I ain't watching that.
Second quarter action now at Florida A&M with the Rattlers trailing the Bulldogs from Alabama A&M. 12-7 is our score with 8:11 to go in the second quarter. Rattlers will take over the football again with a chance to do some damage. Last time they had it, they gave up a safety. Let's see. Moose is going to hand this time to Jennings, and Jennings works his way forward for a nice game.
Yeah, good play.
Clemson won in overtime by 6 in the second overtime. They should have lost, to be honest. Number 5, look at number 5, taking out his own players.
Jennings goes about 230. Redshirt junior from Duval, Florida. He's the power back, too. And you think of him as the power back until you see Jalen McLeod. And then he's the extra power back. So it's second down. Ball is down. It is out, and there's a scramble for it. And it appeared one of the Bulldogs might have gotten it. It looked like
this is again, look, twice. FAMU just shot themselves in the foot twice, y'all. Twice. Tell me what they got away from on this drive. They came out on their scoring drive and just started chucking the ball deep. Well, guess what a safeties is? Jennings didn't even want to keep the ball, bro. The safeties is still playing close to the line of scrimmage. And they still won't go over their head again. Willie, that's you, bro.
The recovery there. As we can see, Zarion Hayes, he was in the vicinity, but he was just celebrating the recovery. So 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Nothing happening right there for Gary Qualls as he's wrapped up in the backfield.
Isaiah Lamb, we talked about him. He loves playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And he just came darting in there and gave Quarles didn't give me the ability to even start cranking it up.
Oh, shoot, KJ. You're right. You're right.
They have been outstanding today so far. That was a loss of about 4 on the play. Second down.
Yeah.
Langford fires it out to Abdul Fattah Ibrahim, and he got back to the original.
What is the defensive backs doing? That was a slow developing screenplay, and these dudes took all day. Look at this. Look. They showing you it's a screen. Only one person trying to fight through it, and that's number 8.
Trying to get a block there.
What they've done also, they took the momentum out of that big safety, right? They kind of took the momentum out there. And this turnover, will the Rattlers defense be able to stop and not let the Bulldogs capitalize it?
Well, here's the big down right here. It's 3rd and 10 after Fattah Ibrahim got back to the original line of scrimmage. Xavier Langford.
There you go. He did
Look at the pass, and he's going to be trapped and dropped. Great play by that defense. Number 92, Gentle Hunt, was the first Rattler player to get there.
Look, he was happy to close that thing out. When you work so hard to get there, watch him. He come through, did a nice move at the beginning. He grabbed it and said, "Yo, you're not throwing this thing. I've got you." And then Malcolm Williams punches him in the mouth for doing such a great job. He hit his own player.
Stanley Mentor back there also helping out Gentle Hunt on the play. And that's the second big play Hunt has come up with in this ballgame.
Yeah.
I tell y'all, I ain't did nothing.
So now the Rattlers are going to call a timeout on the field. So we will take a timeout in the booth. We'll be back in a minute with the Bulldogs.
Y'all tripping with no map, bro. Like, for real. Why is y'all calling timeouts, man? It makes no sense. Golly. There's some bad coaching going on right now. Very bad coaching going on right now.
With some big-time players, we highlighted B.J. Davis, talked a little bit about Jablonski Green. We talked about Patrick Godbolt.
They are the
Dwayne didn't tackles so far. 1 tackle for loss through 2 games. He also has a pass breakup on the season. So this is an interesting call.
They didn't hit him with the helmet.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. First down.
So it doesn't appear to be that Nichols will be tossed. It'll be first down. 15-yarder, of course, for A&T, who needs it right. And, 3 and out on the first possession. And again, you have a quarterback.
You went 3 and out on the first possession.
Coming into the
South Carolina State March.
Game,
nigga, step on your ass.
So any type of
And
yardage
now you down 7-0, and you ain't even got nothing going on. But if you over there smiling,
especially after that,
you're like, yeah, these boys ain't these boys no more.
They being the A&T Aggies now in the second drive, trying to loosen up the defense of South Carolina State a little bit. Here you see another replay here as Jaeger slides to the ground and is clotheslined as he slides down by Dwayne Nichols, and Nichols lucky to still be out in the ballgame.
Eli Brickhandler, now the quarterback for A&T, is a freshman from Stockton, California. Under pressure,
that should be a hold.
Penalty marker comes down, makes a play. The pass is caught.
That's a hold all day
for A&T, but a penalty marker does come down as Bayshaw Tootin making the reception. And that's the one thing about Brickhandler. He has the ability to elude tacklers. He did a really good job in his first game last week against Duke.
Brickhandler came in against the Blue Devils when A&T needed a spark, and he provided just that. And his elusiveness adds a dimension to his game. And as a freshman, when you come in the ball game,
there are 2 fouls on the play, both against the offense. An eligible man downfield, number 88. That penalty is declined. Holding, number 30. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay first down.
Against North Carolina A&T. The one that will be enforced was on the fullback.
Arkansas up 7-0 on Texas A&M. And all of their 5-stars.
If you're A&T, you gotta feel good about what you saw right there from Brickhandler. I mean, he's facing a defense that came right at him, and he was able to elude it, complete the pass. Unfortunately, it was negated.
And Brickhandler is still in the ball game, and Jaeger may be suffering some effects from that clothesline.
And here comes Tootin. What a move by Tootin. He's able to shake a couple of defenders into South Carolina State territory. And remember, last
I don't even like the way that game look. Their uniforms ugly. You know what I'm saying? I don't even like the way the game look.
His team onto the field. He rolls to his right, looking downfield, has a man open. That is Shareed, and Shareed will have a first down and a lot more. Jamarie Shareed with a good catch and run there.
Don't be laughing at me, KJ. You know I'm telling the truth. You don't like the way it look either. It's like this game ugly. I don't even like the way it look. Sometimes it just be like it. It was rather sweatless. Right, they had nothing. Hold on, my bad. This me. I moved my laptop. Refresh. No, I ain't got to. Oh, it ain't me. Shoot, it's them. Leave it to the ESPN app. It been good all day. At least it was real good during Jackson State game. That game, man, it was swagless. They look basic as hell out there.
Yeah, that's the first time Musa actually had a really good pocket right there all game long. I think it surprised himself. And then he didn't have anywhere to go, so he just threw it away.
Well, that's one of the things
He
they
should've
talked
ran the
about. They
ball.
wanted to.
Told you. It's them. It ain't me. I was thinking it was me. It's them. They tripping. Let me go back to the – hold up.
First half expired. They don't want that to happen. They want him to make the good decisions like he did right there. This time, the handoff and a big play in the backfield. Zarion Hayes making his presence felt today. Number 4 in the backfield with a big stop.
Yeah, gobbled him up. Look, I mean, he went over there and just said no. Just swallows him up in the backfield. And again, they're getting off that line of scrimmage.
Don't you think that's good film study, too? I mean, he looked like he knew right where that play was going.
Look how deep
And that's
them
great
safeties
coaching,
is.
right? I mean, and that's when you
They
get as a
had the
defensive
sticks.
coordinator, you get so
Watch
excited
their
when you
back
guys
pedal.
follow their keys and then execute.
Loss of 5.
These dudes
Musa
jogging
to
routes.
throw it. Throws it inside, and it goes off the fingertips.
Musa,
Ball may have been
go
a
to
little
10.
high. It's an
He went
incomplete
deep.
pass.
Dangerous throw, for sure.
Trying to hit Darian Oxendine inside, and he couldn't hang on to that.
Dangerous trying to squeeze it in there. And then again, when that ball bounced.
Man, Trey, who I got winning this game, it don't even matter because I don't like neither one of them. Neither one of them. But FAMU playing like shit, and Alabama A&M, they got up early. They had a couple of things work out in their favor. But other than that, they look like shit too.
Kick is long. Fadul hits it.
The punt shanked horribly.
Almost off the side of his foot, as we see. A happy sideline over there.
Not sure where it went out because we really didn't have a good angle on that.
Looked like when he hit it, it went off the side of his foot a little bit. So it wasn't the typical Chris Fadul punt, a young man who's averaging 47 yards a kick.
Yeah, I got A&M winning.
And those are the ones they want to unleash in those situations. They can let it hang out.
You know, the Bulldogs have moved the football so well in this one. You look at the clock, 3:23 to go here in the first half. Is this a situation where you become a little cautious, or you just continue to keep the tempo up and do what you've been doing?
I think you attack.
Isaiah Land blocked that one down, and he wasn't sure it wasn't a live ball. So after the block pass, went over and picked it up anyway.
And he gets there so fast. I mean, it's like he's just taken off out of a track block. I mean, look at him. And again, the one thing that surprises me is the Bulldogs aren't. When you say chip, I think they need to understand what chip means. You got to get in his way a little bit. And they're not really chipping him. They just kind of a very slight bump. And that's not going to do it for Lane. You got to get in his way.
So Langford this time, hands back inside. Quarles is trying to get upfield, but he won't get much there. Nice job by the Rattlers defense. Check that. That's number 7, Donovan Egan on the carry. He's a sophomore who transferred from Michigan State.
Well, they're slowing it down.
Listen to me, Trey. You ain't even got to listen to me. Just look at the screen.
Up right here. I think they're going to give it a shot and try something long here.
Well, I think Coach Connell Maynard may have answered my question with the play calling here, but they come out now, have 3 wideouts to the right of Langford. Langford looking that way, but he pulls it down himself. Langford with the lane. He has some room to go. Langford might take it all the way. Langford to the 15, the 10, and he's going to be dropped at the 5-yard line. But what a great call by Connell Maynard and the staff over there from Alabama A&M.
What I meant to say was not a long pass. He's going to make a long run. And look, they're right in the line of scrimmage, getting ready to go at it. There they go.
And they go to the run inside, and it's banged down maybe to about the 2-yard line. Was Egan on the play?
Yeah, look at that. It opens up, and Langford has no problem just sprinting. 2-3 cuts.
Tell me what the hell number 1 was doing. If we rewind the play, tell me what number 1. Don't have me do it, bro. Tell me what number 1 was doing. He ran into a receiver blocking a cornerback, which prevented his pathway to making an open field tackle on the quarterback. You can't give up no 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, or whatever the case may be. You can't get it up on no draw.
Yeah, he comes across. At first look, I thought he was just trying to get the offensive lineman to move. He came over, and he was caught. So now you give him a first down.
You don't give him no damn first down. It was 1st and 5.
Donovan Eaglin in the backfield,
Touchdown.
And he pushes into the end zone for the touchdown for the Bulldogs. Yeah, they wanted to be sure before the referee came up, but he was in there that time. Great push from that offensive line.
All right, let's go back and check out this swagless game. Let's see what they doing out here. They stretching? Yeah. They ain't doing nothing over there on that side. Let's go back over here and see what this other school doing.
Loss on the play for South Carolina State. He's up 2nd and long.
The audio sucks.
For the Bulldogs.
This volume all the way up, and I can talk over it.
Looking for the screen pass and just throws it in
Four
the dirt.
fields.
Nicely threw it in the
Throw
dirt.
it in the dirt. There you go.
Corey Benson was not open, and that Aggie defense was bearing down on fields. Usually when you run a screen pass to the running back, as a lineman, you kind of let the lineman come past you easily to try to set up the screen. But this time, the Aggies defensive lineman just in the backfield way too quick. Nowhere for Fields to go. He just throws it into the turf, and it's going to set up a 3rd and long. South Carolina State only converting 22% of its 3rd downs on the season. And so Fields has it, got all day, throws it deep. He's got Davis, and he missed an incomplete. He had Shaquan Davis wide open. And he had beaten the defender, Kuron Quinton. That's one-on-one coverage, literally. Number 1 on number 1, Davis for South Carolina State. He got past the defender, accurate ball, and you're looking at a long touchdown for South Carolina State. But A&T dodged the bullet,
get the ball back, they get off the field defensively. And I'm interested to see who comes out the quarterback for North Carolina A&T.
Dyson Roberts gets it off. It's a nice kick. Sends Jones back. Gonna field it at the 11. Jones has some room. Jones breaks a tackle. Penalty marker comes out. He's still on his feet. Still running into South Carolina State territory. Near sideline. They're not gonna catch him. It's a touchdown for A&T. We'll see the play
Too bad it's coming back.
against South Carolina State.
Well, maybe a horse collar in South Carolina State. Let's see the penalty. But what an electric return there. And a big play that A&T sorely needed. You see on the replay. I think that Roberts kicked his coverage. It's a horse collar looked like on South Carolina State. And what a return there by the Aggies. And the Aggies needed a big play, and they got a return for what looks to be a touchdown.
90 yards.
Amani Jones coming up big in a big situation for A&T.
There was excellent blocking downfield.
During the return,
Let's see.
blocking the back. Number 81 in return team. First down.
We
Well, that sucks.
a horse collar, but it was an illegal block by A&T. So
With the
that
game clock operator,
is
please set the
right
game
off the
clock
board.
for 5 minutes and 40 seconds,
We can
please.
spot out the block in the back.
Yep.
But what we were seeing,
That's
here
the
in
whole
Cleveland,
player.
the horse collar in South Carolina State, but much to the chagrin of the
That's the whole
Aggie
player.
crowd, that long punt return for a touchdown is going to go back, and offensively now you're going to be backed up with your third quarterback as we see
Third
Fowler
quarterback.
come on the field for the Aggies.
So
How many
Jalen
damn
Fowler, the
quarterbacks they
third
gonna play in the
quarterback
game?
Used by A&T today. He's a 6'3", 230.
KJ. North Carolina A&T is not winning. They playing the third quarterback.
North Carolina A&T. As the ball comes all the way back to the Aggie 7.
This may be divine intervention for North Carolina A&T with Fowler being a Spartanburg native, home of the South Carolina State Bulldogs, and now it's up to Fowler to lead this Aggie ball club and try to get them a win here and keep that win streak alive for A&T. And again, the Aggies have beat the Bulldogs 6 in a row. And
Yeah, they star quarterback ain't in the game, and this dude right here is a backup. I don't know what happened.
The Aggies have feasted on the Bulldogs as of late. No question about it. Tootin with a
They went
big
to the
run
Southland Conference.
there, and a first down for A&T. Fowler looks, throws the out, and it's going to be incomplete as he was looking for his intended receiver to the near sideline, Jordan McDaniel.
Fowler looking for McDaniel. Pass just off the fingertips, and play before that, Tootin, much needed first down to try to get the Aggies out of their own end zone area. As we move along here in the first quarter,
I don't think these
A&T would
dudes
like
score
to see
touchdown. The way this
put another
offense
drive
look,
together similar to
this
the one
offense
that
look worse than FAMU
this field
offense
goal
right
just-
now.
we can flip the field
I don't know
goal.
which offense is worse.
So A&T goes
This
from a redshirt
offense,
freshman
FAMU
quarterback to a
offense.
true freshman quarterback to now
Hell, even
a redshirt
goddamn
senior
A&M,
quarterback who was part of that
Bama State offense.
Close start.
championship,
71 the
HBCU
offense.
national championship.
Y'all,
Timeout
this is
penalty.
bad football,
Remain
y'all.
second down.
Of course, COVID prevented
It's bad
A&T from
football,
playing
y'all.
in 2020.
Telling y'all, it's bad football by A&T.
Back to the 11, second and 19. So far.
Man, they YouTube angles suck.
On the carry, Ahmad and one. A duo of the Hornets forming. Both hands going by DeMar and Bellamy.
I just want y'all up on game. Who's ever at the stadium, Bama State, and well, this is a Bama State stream. Why the hell can we hear the press box people next to them, the announcer and it, and all the other noise where they watching a whole nother game? Listen.
Incomplete. It brings up fourth down.
Bad football, I'm telling you right now. Bama State should be doing a lot better than they are right now against that team. That team ain't got a lick of sense.
With Rick Handler, after Yeager was injured, missed that field goal. Now you're trying to come up with the equalizer or just put points on the board. You're doing it with the third quarterback.
Let me log out for work.
Ball is at the A&T 30. 1st and 10 for the Aggies. The give is to Graves. Graves makes a man miss. Gets into South Carolina State territory. He's going to be dragged down. But not before a first down. DJ Davis making the tackle for the Bulldogs.
Nice run there for the Aggies. And Graves doesn't avoid the contact. He seeks out the contact. You see him put that foot in the ground and lowers that shoulder. Gives the defense a dose of their own medicine.
He had 43 yards rushing with Wesley Graves last week against Duke on 8 carries. The give is to Graves again. He spun and tackled. He's able to pick up positive yards. A gain of 3 for Wesley Graves.
DJ Davis did not like getting run over by Wesley Graves on that previous play. You see him hype on the field. He was one of our players to watch defensively for South Carolina State prior to the ball game. And here you see A&T trying to matriculate down that field, and it starts up front. When the Aggies can run the ball, that'll set up play action passes later on.
Fowler.
That's
right through the middle of that South Carolina.
Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing some running room against that South Carolina defense.
This time, Tuki exploits the middle of that Bulldog defense and gets another Aggies first down.
A&T right now on the move, getting it done on the ground. And we know South Carolina State typically tough to run against, but the Aggies are having success currently. Fowler one more time out of the gun. And he's on the keeper, makes a move. Still on his feet. Dives across the 20-yard.
Way to pull the ball. That was smart.
And he has another Aggies first down.
Then you got the defensive end hesitant.
Fowler keeps it, takes it out of the belly of Tootin. He makes something happen. Fowler, not the fleetest of foot, but great fake and able to pick up another first down for North Carolina A&T. You see that SQ on the front of the jersey, North Carolina A&T State University.
I feel you, KJ.
Question about it is A&T now on the move.
Central looked good today. They whooped Virginia Lynchburg behind. Virginia Lynchburg trash already, but
with the 17-0 lead. It's a direct snap to Tootin, who has.
Ooh, they went Wildcat. Okay. Touchdown. They got a touchdown. They got a touchdown. Now, see, look, that game got some people in the stadium.
First contact, cuts it across the grain for Aggie Tugboat.
And that's the first rushing touchdown of the season for Mayshawn Tootin. We're going to see what happens right here, Damian.
Your direct snap. The Tootin sheds the defender and on his way to the end zone. And Tootin hadn't gotten in the end zone this season, but
well, there you go. 7-6. You know what I'm saying? 7-6. You know what I'm saying? Six this past 6:30, ain't it? Yeah.
Here's to the guy with the
Oh man, my bad. I'm keeping it football, y'all. I'm getting you some swag and me at. UAPB and all the corn. They got all the corn in Mississippi is 7-7. 7-7. All the corn and UAPB is 7-7. Bama State is threatening. I dang sure don't want to watch an all corn game. Shit, let's go PB. I ain't got no sound. What other sound I get in the background? Oh, I got the other game on because of commercial. I'm gonna cut the noise back on here in a second. There you go. That's the halftime score right there. 19-14. I knew we missed a touchdown by both of them, so it's 19-14 at the half. All right. Touchdown, Bama State. Okay, this game look whack. So let's go back and see where all the action at. Hey, listen, I ain't a band person, so I apologize if you wanted to see that, but I'm not a band person. I might listen to the boom. I might be biased. So we good on the line.
White is going to be tripped up and dropped just across the 20.
I can't turn this up no more, man. Look, I'm on max.
Another possession and opportunity.
The audio sucks.
Bulldogs able to get on the board first in this ball game on a Rakim White touchdown reception. Now the Aggies have answered. Let's see what South Carolina State does now on their counter punch. North Carolina A&T has tied this ball game up. See what the Aggies do defensively to stop dynamic quarterback play for South Carolina State.
Fields with the give. Benson picking his way forward and is finally going to be brought down after a positive gain on the play.
Corey Fields, again, a lot of experience for South Carolina State. He came into the season being a third-team All-MEAC player. Kendrell Flowers hadn't seen him tonight. They hadn't missed a beat in the run game for South Carolina State. You know they want to run the football. Can they pass the football? That's the question.
3 yards on that gain by Benson. Ball at the South Carolina State 25, a pump fake.
Throw that pick, Fields.
Who's double teamed, and it's going to be incomplete. We had double coverage right
the
there.
Safety, man, that should have been a pick. That's bad safety play.
Fields just missed him deep, and here you see him go deep again, and you see Shaquan Davis coming off of the field, hobbling just a bit.
Another third down situation for South Carolina State. Fields to pass, throws it behind.
Yeah, that's that quarterback we all love.
He was looking.
There you go, Fields.
Pressure in the face of Fields forced him to get rid of that ball before he was ready. And Aggies again coming up big on defense, forcing the South Carolina State punt.
Let's go, Fields.
So again, we saw Amonte Jones return what we thought was a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown, but it turned out that there was a penalty against A&T. Dyson Roberts to punt as Jones is in single safety at about the 25, gets off the punt. Jones going to have another opportunity, bounces in front of him. It hits him, the ball is loose. It is
This dummy went for the people and not the ball.
Just a bad bounce there.
Oh, you big dummy.
Pick it up off the hop. Hits him in his chest and
Bruh,
not able to handle it. Here
if
see
you
the punt.
can't pick the ball up,
Short
I mean,
punt,
catch the
bounces
field
in
the
front.
punt, just let it go. It's on. Just let it go.
That oblong shape of the football.
Let it go.
Bounces and hits Jones
It
in
hit the
chest, and
ground.
you
Let
see
it
Bulldogs
go.
diving at it, and they come away with it.
Chris Simmons comes away with the fumble. It's almost like baseball. It was one of those in-between hops. And Jones
let it
just
go,
could not
man.
handle it. So South Carolina State in business once again deep in Aggie territory. Much shorter field for the Bulldogs to work with. On the carry, Benson has nowhere to go. That stout A&T defense, Tyquan King making the stop for A&T.
Change of pace. Defense has to
Well, this is about to get
stop
interesting.
A&T. You see flags in the field.
Second and
Aggies defense
second
has
and
to step
20.
up
What?
here.
Second and
Quick change
25.
on that fumble.
Or second and 20. Or second and 22. Damn, they got 3
Great
flags.
play offensively on that first down. For
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 78 offense. 15-yard penalty would be forced from the dead ball spot. The down counted, second down.
Against Nick
Yep.
Tasty of South Carolina State pushing Jacob Roberts down. And so back the Bulldogs up another 15 yards. Good defense here by A&T.
You see nowhere to go for the Bulldogs on that play, and not leaving well enough alone. Tasty after the play
Wow.
with the push, and
That was a
I
lot.
know that head coach for South Carolina State.
Damn,
Coach Hughes,
second
gonna
and
have a word
28.
with that young man.
No question about it. So it's second and very long now for the Bulldogs.
And what that penalty does is, you know, if you don't gain any more yards, you take yourself out of field goal range.
Bunch to the far sideline. The give off the left side.
Yep.
Looking for some running room.
3rd and 26.
String that one out. The aforementioned Jacob Roberts able to make the stop for Tyler Smith. The ball carrier. That is the end of the first quarter. We're tied at 7 apiece. We got a good one here.
We got a good one here.
Stadium. You're watching Big South football.
We got a good one here. I don't know if that was a good one or not, y'all. I don't know if it was or not. I did not mean to zoom in.
Dention for Duck.
Congratulations to him. That's what happens when you do a great job.
That's why he gets escorts everywhere he goes,
Yes.
right? We see him at the games.
Let's check out our SWAC scoreboard now, presented by Chevrolet tonight. As you can see, some finals on the board to talk about. Grambling knocked off Bethune-Cookman in a big game. And how about Texas Southern over at UTSA? 52-24 they lose, but they were in that game for a while.
Yeah, they were in the game early and then let it slip away from them. And again, that's what happened. You got to play 4 quarters to get it done, right?
We're at the half here in this 1914. And how about some upcoming SWAC games brought to you by Pepsi, Zero Sugar. And as you can see next week, Bethune-Cookman is at Alabama A&M. That game looks, you can look at that one in a different light now. Mississippi Valley will be here taking on Florida A&M. Alabama State and Texas Southern in Houston. That is where we will be. And then how about Arkansas Pine Bluff going out to Baton Rouge to take on the Southern Jaguars. And I like the last game on our board here. That's very interesting there. Prairie View A&M traveling up to Grambling to take on the Tigers.
They're playing at Jerry World, I believe, aren't they? They're playing at Jerry World in a special game, so that should be interesting to see that one. And again, that's always interesting.
Yeah, and we got an interesting one here. It doesn't really cut it. 19-14, the Bulldogs are ahead. We'll be right back.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. These games, telling y'all, these games. Alabama looking good. Did he catch it? Yeah, that's a touchdown. Touchdown, man. Unless he bobbled it right there. I was watching Alabama and Vanderbilt.
That's where we headed this week. Texas. Road trip.
Oh, shoot, I forgot I got the audio on. There's been some damn bad reporting all day.
Tomorrow, penalty rather. A gain of 3 on the play, 2nd and 7 from the 31. Orientation, defense. Jaden Stewart is the ball carrier. Tackle by Stephon Young-Cole. Keep it up in the 28-yard line. It's down.
Y'all watching a whole nother game. Look, they just turned the audio off on the game themselves. Talking about they hear something. You hear something because y'all got the wrong ass audio on. The hell y'all doing? No, KJ, there's no one. They said Miles had more people. The game against Miles was packed. Go figure that.
A 46-yard field goal attempt. Freehead kick is up. That's good.
17-9. 17-9. I told you that the Bama State audio was kind of fudgy. They had a whole bunch of stuff going on. Yep. Nah, ain't nobody at that game though. It's a wrap. We'll see if A&M can hang on in the second half to win the game. If they don't win this game, they might not win next week either.
In the middle, but Aggies will not abandon the run. They want to pound it, pound it, pound it. 8 of 1 for Wesley Graves. Brings up 2nd down for North Carolina A&T. Jalen Fowler is the quarterback, and it's a quarterback draw. He is cut down. Zion Keith makes the stop. Not much going on there on quarterback run from Fowler. Is going to set up a 3rd and 7, and A&T here want to pick up this first down, sustain a drive, dodge the bullet that missed field goal for South Carolina State. Now you're going to get this drive. 11 on the play clock now for Fowler. And we have a
penalty marker that comes out. Looks like it's going to be a false start, that is, against the Aggies.
False start.
Overzealous there.
71 the offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Just a little jump there is enough for the false start and back the Aggies up 5 yards. And what was a 3rd and 7 now is going to be a 3rd and 12. And does that drastically change the play calling?
We'll see what offensive coordinator Chris Barnett dials up here. Fowler's looking deep.
They took the shot. There you go. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it.
A spectacular catch by Burkhalter.
Burkhalter went up for it, had the ball, and as he came down, the defender knocks it away. That's why you play up until the whistle. And what looked to be a big play for the Aggies turned into an excellent defensive effort. And now North Carolina A&T is going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, I would like to see how close Burkhalter was to catching that football. I tell you what, it was a good throw there by Jalen Fowler.
It looked like the ball was in his hand. And Sterling Burkhalter had it, come down with it, couldn't complete the catch, and Aggies forced a punt.
Moody in single safety for South Carolina State at the 40. It's a high point punt. And now takes an A&T bounce, but Moody is going to take it and was tackled immediately. Good tackle by Bryson Moody. Very long. We're tied at 7 here from Truist Stadium on the campus of North Carolina A&T State University.
Who you know you're gonna bring you all 3 different games, man. 3 different games. I just should create extra tabs. Just be easier. Save myself the headache.
Oh, hey. Fine. MLS is on ABC.
All right. Let me see if I can find this PV game. There you go. Must be on HBO something. I mean HBCU something. All right, I'm gonna keep that right there.
Here tonight, and it's pretty close the way the offensive played, and both defenses had their moments of great pressure.
Let's take a look now at some of the action from the first half. We'll show you how we got to that 19-14 score. As always, the marching 100. Good to watch, but some big hitting down on the field. How about that shot? And this one to Kendrick Johnson, the big tight end down the sideline before right there, the touchdown for the Bulldogs, and then a long 47-yard field goal. But the Rattlers come right back. Xavier Smith, is knocked out of bounds on the 1. And then Jennings takes it in for the touchdown for the Rattlers, and he celebrates on the sidelines. And I mentioned the big hits. How about that one?
Boy, that gets you spinning, right?
Yeah, how about Xavier Langford with the run of the game, 64 yards to set up that touchdown. But Musa would not be denied. He comes right back, throws it over the middle to Xavier Smith with the Rattlers, and it's a touchdown, and that takes us to our 19-14 game as we take a look at some of the first half stats.
And again, I mentioned the stats real quick. Total yards, 221 to 197. Now the passing yards, I'll tell you, I mean, it changed a little bit for the Rattlers there. 166, that big drive at the end. creeped up their passing yards, and they got something done. No doubt about it.
Once Musa got comfortable with the pass, he threw some really good passes in the first half, and that sparked the comeback.
Yeah, 10 of 19, 168 yards, and that touchdown you saw from Musa. So that really ignited him. He got things rolling there.
And the time of possession also tightened up because for a while, offensively, it was Alabama A&M winning the time of possession.
Yeah, and they still lead. They still lead by quite a bit, but it was real lopsided before. And again, I think both teams have done a good job of making plays when they had to. They've come up with big plays. And again, I'm impressed with the defensive pressure that we've had the whole time.
How about the third down conversions? We saw up there Florida A&M only 1 of 6. That's going to be key.
Yeah, I mean, you have to convert on third downs. You can't get by with not converting on third downs to get plays for your team. And they have to do that. They have to find a way to keep drives alive. If not, you just can't sustain it.
So the Bulldogs actually won the toss, but they deferred until the second half. So they have the lead, and they will get the football to start as we get underway. So the kickoff by Romo Martinez goes deep, and here come the Bulldogs on the return, and he'll be knocked down short of the 20-yard line. That is number 4, who's Cameron Young, C.J. Young, as his teammates like to call him, on the return. And then coach is saying, why did you not down that ball and let us take it at the 25? That's exactly what Connell Maynard was saying right there as they go over to the sideline.
It usually starts with, use your head, son.
Well, you're going to see Connell Maynard. He's not going to stop coaching just because his team has the lead here in the second half. He's going to stay on these guys. And you know what? They played one of probably their best game to date this year to this point in the season. Now, we'll see what they can come out and do in the second half.
Yeah, complete game.
So Langford comes back at quarterback. Xavier Langford, number 16. Fakes the pitch. Nice job. Goes deep, and he overshoots his intended receiver. But there is a flag down, and that could be pass interference against the Rattlers.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. And again, Kendrick Johnson, big tight end, looks like he's limping off the field.
Pass interference, defense, number 1, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That is Lovey Jenkins, who's the guilty party on that pass interference, the transfer from Louisville.
And it looks like he just impeded the receiver's ability to go at the ball. And I think that's what the penalty's for. That's kind of a tough call in my mind, but they threw the flag.
So Langford fakes the handoff, and he had pressure coming from the blind side as that pass is incomplete. Just to tack off this, that last drive right before the half that Jeremy Musa finished off with the touchdown pass was a 6-play, 67-yard drive, and they went down in 1 minute and 4 seconds before Xavier Smith caught the touchdown.
Yeah, right there, the Rattlers, though, were collapsing the pocket on Langford. He could barely get the ball off, and he's very lucky he didn't get popped up like the one time.
So Langford on 2nd and 10. This time he pitches. And it's Quarles over there who's knocked down after a gain of about 1 yard on the play.
Yeah, there was nothing doing there. The Rattlers had a great job of containing. They had all their guys just lined up. They was going nowhere. And again, you don't see a lot of those big pitches wide anymore. And again, just because you have the defense so spread out, you don't tend to get them on the edge that quick and that quick.
They've done a pretty good job on Quarles tonight, too.
Mm-hmm.
3rd down and 9 for the first down. Langford fires out near the sideline, completes his pass, hits Brian Jenkins, and Brian will be wrestled to the ground shy of the sticks. So he'll be short of the first down. And that will bring up a 4th down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, you mentioned Quarles, 8 carries for 23 yards. That's not something they like there. Good pass, good catch, and again, I like the way they're fighting for yards.
Yeah, it was a great job on B.J. Bowler, though, to hold him 3 yards shy of that first down. You know, he got there, and first guy got there, first guy made the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
They're counting on that receiver to shake one tackle and make that first down, but it didn't happen on that play. So Troy Lindbay, who had a couple of punts in the first half.
Bulldogs are missing a player. There he is, comes running in.
He's coming out there late. They already had 1 penalty for having 12 men on the field. This time, They were a little short. Now they look like they're going to fake it. 4th and 3. And now we have a whistle.
A offense. 5-yard penalty.
Yeah. Connell Maynard there reaching into the playbook. Not sure what he was trying to do there.
I think that was a little football theater. I think that's what that was. A little football theater is what. I'm not quite sure what the effect he was trying to see, or maybe he was setting something up for later to see what they were going to do, but interesting.
So the penalty will make it a 4th and 8 as Lindbay gets set to kick the ball away. He does. And deep to return. And Shareed tries to turn the corner, still on his feet. Little man took a couple of tough hits, but he couldn't knock him down. So he does a good job on the return. Jamarie Shareed.
Shareed just 5'7", 180, 175, whatever you're looking at. I mean, and he runs strong. And again, I had a coach who used to just call that 1-2. You got to want to. You got to want to get it. And I mean, I've seen a lot of that today, man. These guys just are wanting to get the ball down the field, fighting for every extra yard. That's inspiring.
I think, and we talked about this just a little bit, as you see, Florida A&M, the Rattlers offensive breakdown. He had 199 total yards, 34 plays, and that's because of what happened in the second quarter. They started to get more chances. They started to pick up more first downs and more bites at the apple. So Musa on 1st and 10. Hands it inside to Jennings, and Jennings picks up a quick 7 to get the drive underway.
Yeah, and we talked about chunk plays at the beginning of the game. Who could get the most of them? I think both teams have 1 or 2 apiece. And for the Bulldogs, they have to get 4 to 5, I think, to keep the Rattlers on their heels.
Yeah, they were anxious to get Jennings into this ball game. He didn't play last week. He's been dealing with a case of turf toe, and he got a chance to rest last week. So he came back healthy tonight, and he's doing a good job in the backfield for the Rattlers. This time, Musa looking to throw it. Fires, and it's caught again by Manigo. Again, he throws it into traffic, and once again, David Manigo came down with a big reception.
Manigo is tough. That's one of those hits I think he took. He wanted to just stay down. His teammates picked him up. He was like, leave me down. Wow, I mean, that was a shot right in the chest. And then he gets another shot right at the end, right in the chest again.
Yeah, Moses Douglas laid the wood on him first, and it didn't even shake the ball loose, nothing at all. He just picked up first down for the Rattlers.
Yeah, and Deanna Burns hit him at the end there with the helmet right in the same part of the chest that he got hit on.
So Musa will come out 1st and 10 now. Fakes the handoff, throws back underneath, has Smith still on his feet. Xavier Smith making it happen. He turned nothing into something right there.
That's shifty. I mean, I don't know how else to describe. Though it's shifty and powerful, right? I mean, even his look, he comes with a fake and goes right back to him. And then watch this. Move inside. No, I'm not. Over the top of you. Then use his arm right there. No problem with the face mask. You're an offensive player. You get away with that all the time.
The rack yards coming in big for the Rattlers right now. As you see the play selection for Florida A&M, more pass than run, and we have a whistle on the field. Have an injured player on the field.
And one of the Bulldog defensive back just kind of dropped there.
That is number 11, Moses Douglas, the 6'2", 200-pound sophomore who transferred in from Kentucky. He's been doing a good job in the secondary for the Bulldogs.
It's kind of interesting. He kind of stood there and then just did the stop and drop. I'm not quite sure what that. These are always a little shaky when you see it in college football. A guy standing there and then just drops. So they're looking at his head.
Well, you know what? Moses was also the guy who had the big shot on Manigo. You know,
True.
that this may be some ill effects of that. I mean, at this point, because you're right, he was just back in his position. And sometimes you can see the stars get shaken up and you try to go back there and reassess yourself and kind of start over again. But it's a good sign right there as he jogs off on his own power. But that was a big shot that he threw in there.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt about it. And again, you want to be safer than sorry. Right? And I think young men now that play football are more understanding of that than in the past. You know, we were encouraged to play through stars in your eyes. Not encouraged now.
2nd down and 2 for the first down for the Rattlers. Musa will throw it again. He had a big lane in front of him, but he goes to the end zone and it's incomplete. I thought Musa could have taken off and run with it if he wanted to. He's a good athlete. He's a better runner than you would think, but he chose to try to force that one into the end zone, and it's an incompleted pass. Avion Rice back there defending for the Dogs.
Yeah, he tried to squeeze us. Too many people in the direction right there. And Avion Rice, you're right. These guys, he's trying to get this down, but he was way out of bounds. Of course, he didn't bring the ball down anyway, but he thought he had something there.
Now we mentioned that 3rd down conversion rate. At the half, the Rattlers were 1 of 6. Here's a 3rd down opportunity coming up. 3rd and 2 for Musa and the Rattlers. They hand it straight ahead to Jennings, and Jennings is going to be very close. I think he picked up the first down for Famu. That's just all Terrell Jennings there as he made it happen.
Yeah, and I will say this, the Rattlers, whatever they've done on that offensive line, they have done a much better job of not allowing those gaps being shot. They've done a good job of a little bit less pressure coming in. I mean, earlier in the game, they were getting hit in the backfield when he got the ball.
So 1st and 10 for Florida A&M. Musa will throw it again. Drops it off underneath. Has a completed pass, and it's going to be a short pickup there. That's number 0, Jeremiah Pruitt, on the catch. His first catch of the ball game as he picks up a short gain.
Yeah, and what I liked about that pass was it was a very catchable ball. He put it right where it needed to be. He didn't throw it too hard. It was a good, easy pass.
And they go back to Jennings again, and he's going to be pushed back after a short gain.
Jennings running strong right there. Even before that, he was 7 carries, 26 yards. Got, another 4 or 5 on that one, so 31 yards on the day.
This drive started at the 20, at the 19, so it's been quite a drive for the Rattlers as they take it all the way down. Right now, the football is resting right outside of the 10-yard line with 8:57 to go here in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a look at Moose's numbers in just a second. Boy, that was quick. Might have been offsides. No flag down. Pass for the end zone. And it's broken up.
Played that ball bad.
A great defensive play by Charles Bell.
Played that ball bad, bro.
Man, how'd you like to have
low and away from the safety? Low and away from the safety.
He knows where we're going there. That's non-creative.
Or to the running back.
That was a great, or the dynasty type of name calling. That's a great play by Charles Bell in the end zone. Super play breaking that pass up in the end zone.
So now on the ball,
we're looking at a 2nd down and 10 yards to go.
Who y'all got, man? All these
Musa
people watching, man.
And the Rattlers on offense. They bring in the big back, Jalen McLeod, now in the backfield. He floats for the corner, has a touchdown. Xavier Smith again. Boy, they had that one all the way. You could see them almost make eye contact before the ball was snapped, and he tossed it in there. Beautiful pass, beautiful catch.
Smith did a great job of adjusting on the ball. And again, Musa does a nice job making the decision. Watch him turn the inside and it goes right to the back of the outside. Only thing I was concerned with Smith is he was talking a lot of trash out there once he caught that ball.
Nah, he wasn't talking trash. He was talking shit.
Great execution.
They were way down at one point. It was 10-0 in this ball. But first time today, as you see Xavier Smith get the big play chain on the sideline.
Trash wasn't what he was talking. He was talking shit. Come on, man. Politically correct, bro. I'm trying to see what this score is. It's still the same.
Thought it may have been intentional grounding, but he stayed down here.
So not a sack for Daniel as Fields was able to get rid of the football at the very last moment. Let's see what this South Carolina State offense dials up here. Fields. with Benson in the
Offside. I mean, false start.
Another delay on the play.
You know how college
On
kids are.
offense.
They wait to the last minute to do laundry. These officials throwing them on the field. Another penalty on South Carolina State.
So this game has been marred by penalties, as Damian mentioned, maybe none bigger than what could have been a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown, that is, by Amonte Jones there in the first quarter, was negated by an illegal block.
Mix up some moves.
Would have given AAMU the lead. Instead, it's now South Carolina State with possession, 3rd and long. Fields has time, looks to the near sideline, trying to find Davis. It's going to be incomplete. A penalty marker.
Oh, that was a bailout call for Shaq Davis. He cried for that one. But it beat you inside, bro.
It looks like this time Davis going to win the matchup with a penalty marker being thrown against Prunty.
Battling back and forth, Davis and Prunty, and this time Prunty is going to be called for pass interference. It looked like it was a lot of hand checking on both sides, and Prunty doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. Here you see the replay.
Oh, yeah.
Prunty just trying to
SPI.
get to the ball. And as a defender, you have a right to try to fight back to the ball, but officials say otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's close. I'll say that much.
It's a lot of hand fight, you know. Davis is a big kid, 6'5".
Let him play. Let him play. I say let him play.
You know, Prunty's trying to get around him to get to the ball. Call for pass interference.
Bulldogs in business. Ball at their own 35-yard line. Pass is going to be incomplete.
Shaq Davis with the drop.
Davis to bring up 2nd down for South Carolina State.
And the Bulldogs giving a gift with that pass interference and get a 1st down, but ball don't lie as Davis drops that pass on 1st down. And you know, as we work our way through this 2nd quarter, a defensive struggle here after both teams got on the board.
See what South Carolina State dials up here. Another 2nd and long situation for the Bulldogs. Davis looks right, throws left. It's going to be incomplete. He's trying to find out of the backfield. He was looking for Benson.
It's
He was under pressure once again.
No.
Situation.
No. Everybody know that's coming soon.
Been able to put pressure on South Carolina State's quarterback, Corey Fields, without blitzing here. 3rd and long situation. Let's see what they dial up.
Oh, y'all don't like the MEAG, huh?
Comes Fields. Has it. Pass is
Look at that.
That is Davis.
Touchdown.
Down
Touchdown.
the near sideline.
Nope.
1 man to beat. And he's going to be tackled out of bounds. It's gonna be
Y'all
a
make this dude
touchdown.
look like Randy Moss, and he ain't
With a
in the mouth.
big-time catch. Shaquan Gage as the center prevents Davis from getting into the end zone. And on that,
Back to some real football. Nah, no shade.
Could have fair caught the ball and it had been put at the 25-yard line. But since someone else caught it, it goes all the way back down to what looks to be the 1-yard line.
They said they'd place it at the 1. That's where it is.
I'm sending the whole
Isaiah
house.
Land, you watch. He's going to shoot that gap. He's coming to try to stop
I'm
something.
sending the
right now.
whole
So
house.
Xavier Langford will be operating out of his own end zone.
I'm sending
Takes the
everybody.
snap, rolls to his right, fires quickly, and it's a completed pass. Good catch by Ibrahim. He went down and got that one. It was low, but any breathing room down there near your own goal line is a gift.
Love the play. It looks like it's going to be a big slam to the right, and basically they just roll to the right a little bit, quick pass, safe. And Ibrahim does a great job.
And that was a great catch. Yeah. Number 3, Kendall Bowler, right there on his back, but Ibrahim went low, reached down and grabbed it.
Bowler's had himself a game today.
Pass out to the other side this time. Go back to Ibrahim on the other side, and he's going to be pushed down after he picked up the first down. A first down for the Bulldogs, so that's how you get away from your own goal line. They go to the money man.
And again, play callings are great. Again, the execution even better. They created that gap right there. The Rattlers giving them room, and the Bulldogs taking advantage.
Javan Morgan also helping out on the tackle there. But it's 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs, and they go to the run this time. Eaglin spinning his way for a 9-yard gain. He's very close to another first down.
Eaglin's a big guy. I don't know the stats on him, but his size, but he's a pretty big guy. Nice cut. And then again, you watch, he's got a guy's back hand on his back. It's another 5-6 yards.
He's the big transfer from Michigan State. Gets some act. Here came in. Got a couple of snaps in the first half. Now he's starting to touch the football more. So
all these transfers.
2nd and a yard. They go back to Eaglin again. That's a first down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I think in halftime he said, "Feed me." And I want to eat ball.
I think Connell Maynard came out with the same thing you were talking about, how important it would be to answer that score that he just saw the Rattlers take the football all the way down on that last drive. By the way, it was a 60-yard drive. They did it in 9 plays, and it took 4 minutes and 18 seconds for the Rattlers to get that touchdown pass to Xavier Smith. So Langford turns, and he hands it to Eaglin again, and he's going to pick up close to 5 yards. Ball popped out, but I think he was down before it came out.
Yeah, I think so too. And you talk about answering. In the first half, the Rattlers were doing the answering when they needed to the most. They were getting it done. And now you see here, let's take a look at that replay as far as the ball coming out.
Looked like that elbow hit before the ball came out.
Exactly. It's just sitting on his outside, but his elbow was down. Although earlier we saw that incomplete pass. You saw it hit the ground, but yet somehow it was caught. Still, that one confused me.
They're reviewing the play.
Officials are going to blow it dead on the
The
field.
ruling on the field is that the player was down by contact before the ball came loose.
Y'all owe FAMU the ball.
Is on the further review.
Y'all,
So they're going to take another look at it.
y'all owe
But, you know,
FAMU
the
the
first
ball.
time we saw it, it looked like that he clearly had the elbow down on the ground, and we're going to get a better look this time.
Well, I hope who's looking at it this time is not the first one that did the last one.
Thanks.
So here he is.
Ball still
Ball's
in
in his
there.
arm.
Oh, it's out. It's out.
Wow.
FAMU
That's the angle to
Bizzle.
see it at.
Yeah, that depends on his knee. Was his knee down at the
FAMU,
time?
nah,
I don't
it's
think so.
FAMU
I think
ball,
that
bro.
ball was coming out.
Make up for that bullshit ass
What a
catch
huge
call.
play
y'all
right there.
called.
Good replay here.
It's out
His hand is down. His
right
knee's-
there. It's out there. That's
It's out.
close.
His knee hasn't touched yet. Yeah, his knee touches right after that.
Yeah.
So I think that's a fumble.
Wow.
Great replay. That's the angle too. From the other side, you can't really tell when that ball pops out, but from this angle, you can see it. Now we'll see what the refs see. I know what I saw.
Well, this is a crucial point in the ball game.
It sure is.
Alabama A&M has just fallen behind for the first time in the game. They got the ball. They were moving the ball. So this is a big call in this game.
Yeah, and their offense started clicking, right? Even when it looked the worst. They're stuck at the 1 yard line after a bad call. It didn't frazzle them at all. They just started storming down the field with some good plays and some great execution. And then to have the fumble here, that would be rough.
A very happy birthday. Marching 100.
Let's take another look at that play again and see if maybe that knee wasn't down.
Hey, Rattler fans, we'd like to wish our very own Dr. William Hudson and Brian Smith, Juris Doctorate, a very happy birthday.
Okay, so hands down,
Marching 100.
knees down, but you can't
Can
see the
you
ball.
help show them some birthday love?
That's close.
Well, back it up again.
That may not be enough to reverse it.
Hey, Rattler
So
fans,
right now the ball's in his
After
hand.
review, the ruling on the field stands. The runner was down by contact. Second down.
Yeah, you see that from that angle, that our producer not just noticed that appeared that they might have touched at exactly the time the ball was coming out. And if that's the case, then it might be too close to overturn that play. It's not a clear indication.
Yeah, but I think the other angle showed the ball was already jarred a bit. It was still following his arm, but I think the other angle shows that it was a fumble. But good news for Bulldog fans.
So Xavier Smith and the Bulldogs have it 2nd and 6 now. He cranks it down the sideline, and he overshoots his man. He was trying to hit Juice, Brian Jenkins Jr. down the sideline, but the ball was a little too long. That's going to set up a big 3rd down for the Bulldogs.
I actually like that play call. It's kind of like almost a sudden change. You felt like there was something happening there, and then you just take it down the field, go deep, see what you can get out of that. Just ball wasn't placed to give his receiver a chance to catch that ball. Jenkins just didn't have a chance.
So Langford is up now, 3rd and 6. 3 right outs to his left, to his right, and it's intercepted inside by the Rattlers. He was trying to throw the screen pass, and he couldn't get it off. It's intercepted by number 27 on the play for the Rattlers, and that is Nadarius Fagan. The outstanding linebacker was in the right place at the right time, and guess what he comes up with? A big interception. We're going to take a timeout now with the Rattlers out in front, 21-19.
So, does Quincy Casey get in the game? Do they play Quincy Casey? Somebody let me know if they put in Quincy Casey. Dude got a fumble. Dude done threw a pick. Probably does Casey in? Y'all quiet, man. Y'all ain't gonna say if it's time to put Quincy Casey in the game? What's the score? They didn't play 2 quarterbacks. So Bama State must be losing. That wasn't a fumble. If they call this a fumble. Look at Scotty. This fool. They ain't even showing the score no more. They losing that bad. They ain't even showing the score. Y'all don't want to show the score. I ain't participating in watch.
All at the South Carolina State 48-yard line. Jalen Fowler on the keeper. Fowler is hit. Penalty marker comes out.
We have a 1st and goal situation. They give it to the big fella, and he bangs in for the touchdown. How about big Jalen McLeod showing off some of that strength as he just fights his way into the end zone for the Rattlers.
Wow, you see it there, 6'2", 230. My gosh, that was
by
a hammer.
245.
It depends who's got the scale working, right? I don't want my mom 245, 230.
Man.
You just see the effects of you talking about another big guy trying to hit him, and he just goes backwards. I mean, that just tells you the impact that's going on.
That's just the big man dishing out some big punishment there. Good job by Jalen McLeod. 6'1", 245, the graduate student from Jacksonville. The extra point is good. He's a transfer from Savannah State. Man, and so he gets the big chain, the big play chain on the sideline as the extra point comes on. The kick, and they have a timeout on the field. No, that'll do it as we go to the break now. It's 28-19. The Rattlers are out in front.
Okay. So the Rattlers have seized control.
To the Bulldogs 40-yard line. A&T meeting 4 yards for a first down. Tootin straight up the gut, breaks a tackle. Tootin still on his feet. Hits the 25. He finally going to be dropped at the 20-yard line. Trey Nichols held on for dear life as A&T's drive continues.
The thing about Tootin, he's not huge. 5'11", $195, but he runs with a low center of gravity, runs behind his pads, and when he runs the football, if you collide with him, as you see in the replay, you're going to feel it. Bounces off of the Bulldog defender, and Wayne Nichols is going to feel that one tomorrow as they shall root Tootin for an Aggie first down.
Tootin close to 100 yards, rushing so
Good
far.
pitch. Play call.
Braves able to go positive yards to the 15.
This is an ideal drive, an ideal situation. Coach Washington and his Aggies, time running down in the second quarter. Drive already in field goal territory, but you want more. Leaving much time for South Carolina State to respond.
60 seconds remain here in the half. A&T trails. 15 on the play clock.
The safeties is weak, man.
And the 5.
The safeties is weak.
Looking one-on-one.
Why would you do that?
It's going to be incomplete. Looked like there was a lot of tangling and fighting going on between Buckhalter and
Bad play.
South Carolina State States.
We got hand fighting on both sides of the ball, and we saw that pass interference called on Clinching a couple of series ago, and ultimately South Carolina State had helped them matriculate down the field and retake the lead with the touchdown. This time, Burkhalter hand fighting South Carolina State's defense, not getting the benefit of the doubt. And I mentioned Fowler is going to come down to him trying to make a play with his arm at some point in the ball game.
Warren goes in motion. Fowler pitch toss to Toot. Toot makes a man miss. First down,
That's a shoulder pass. It's going to count as a pass, but Tootin did all the.
I don't care what happens right there. You just catch that ball, son. Call for catch and catch it.
Well, this is we talked about how big that last possession was, and there was a fumble on the play that was reviewed by the Bulldogs. Eaglin fumbled the ball. It was reviewed. Alabama was able to keep the ball, but on the very next play, they ended up throwing the interception.
Yeah, and again, it was a blind throw by Langford and a great play by the linebacker.
So they come out with a pitch and some room over there for Quarles. Quarles will have 9 yards as he closes in. He's very close to picking up a first down for the Bulldogs. He's been fairly quiet in this game.
Yeah, he started off kind of hot and then just hasn't seemed to find the same kind of room. But this was a great run and great execution. Look at Big 64 pushing. Creating room. Cameron Williams.
First down on the play for the Bulldogs. And they go right back to Ibrahim. Abdul Fattah Ibrahim on the catch for a nice gain. So they come out right away trying to pick up some yardage and get something going on offense. Do the Bulldogs.
That's such a long pass. You see how much time you get the defenders get to come over there and crash. So when you're a receiver waiting for that ball to get there, you're sweating because you're like, who's getting ready to kill crush?
Pass, good for 5 yards, setting up a 2nd and 5. Quarles in the backfield to Langford's left. He turns, gives it to Quarles. They go with the double reverse. Here comes Fatai Ibrahim around the other side, and he will pick up the first down. So he's doing it all tonight. They're getting him the ball in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it was interesting because he was designed to go outside. And then when Langford actually started going to block, the defense widened out a bit, and that created the room inside. And Ibrahim said, hey, I see a seam right there. I'm taking it inside.
Yeah, I just saw Ibrahim kind of walk off gingerly after that reverse play where he picked up the first down, setting up a 1st and 10 now for the Bulldogs. Langford to pass. Under some pressure. Great block. And Langford overshoots everybody. But what a great block in there to save him because it looked like a sack on the blitz.
Yeah, and I'll give Langford a ton of credit because I think he thought he was ready to kill. And that's why he put so much power behind it.
Well, it was Gary Quarles as we take a look at the block. I mean, he did an outstanding job. Watch number 3.
Wow, that was great. And you said, I mean, Maynard's talked about he's the best blocker on the team. And you see it right there. Little man, 5'6", but boy, carries a punch.
2nd and 10. This time Langford dives forward for about 4 yards. So he's a big quarterback. He's 6'2", which is over 200 pounds. So he's a pretty big quarterback when he's running with the football.
He doesn't, like I said, he's maintained the fact when he rides that running back with the ball, he does a really good job of hiding that ball, who has it. And then when he pulls it back, he's pretty deliberate.
Well, minus that one interception, he's played very well tonight as Ibrahim comes back into the ball game. 3rd down now for the Bulldogs. Langford looking down the sideline. There was some contact, but no harm, no foul on that play. Incompleted pass. He was trying to hit Keenan Hambrick down the sidelines, and it was a little long with the pass.
Yeah, there was harm. There was harm there. Trust me. there was some battling. I don't think it was. Yeah, right there, some hand fighting. But I like the fact the ref didn't throw the flag because I think it was two guys battling. You got to allow that.
And they did. And now we're looking at 4th and about 6 for the Bulldogs. And Langford is still on the field. So Alabama A&M right now looks like they're going to go for it, and now the punting team's going to come out. So they're thinking about it. They're still in this ball game. There was really no need to force the issue right there, and Connell Maynard may have had a change of heart. So Linvey's kick sails deep, catch called for and made
at the
bounce, 6.
My guy.
So that is where the Rattlers will get the football.
Quick question for you.
Keep your feet on the 10-yard line.
When I played football, if it goes inside the 10-yard line, you let it go into the end zone.
Correct.
More guys call fair catches inside the 5-yard line. I know punters are better at putting that backspin on the ball, but when you catch it at the 5, I think you got to let it go.
Well, it comes up to now. They put a lot of stuff. The guys usually tell you to go back to the 10. And if it sails over your head, that used to be the rule. The school of thought was to let it go. But nowadays, I think it depends on the height of the football, because if it's way up there, it could hit and it could spin, and there's a lot of things going on. But I think you're right. I think most coaches would love for you, if that ball sailed over your head and you're on the 10, to just take your chances and see whether or not it would bounce into the end zone. So Musa is back deep in his own territory, fires that back shoulder throw, and it's an incompleted pass. He was trying to hit his big tight end, and we do have a flag now. Number 88, Mason Clark. He's a big fellow at 210, and that's going to be pass interference near the sideline.
Elijah Eberhardt was a cornerback there, and I think he should be disappointed. It looked like good coverage again. From what I was able to see, I don't think, unless he hit him before where I was able to pick up the play at, I thought it was great defense right there. And again, there's some discussion from the ref, so it's not.
Pass interference, defense, number 13. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul, automatic first down.
I don't. Right there. Now they may have said he was holding on to him too long, but right there, Man, I just don't see it. Again, I've not seen a few things that the refs have seen, but I think that was great defense. That's how you teach them to play.
Elijah Everhart on the coverage, guilty of pass interference. So it's a first down for the Rattlers.
You just called him guilty.
Number 19, that is Xavier Smith. He's had a big game, but that time he could not get away from the Bulldogs. He's wrapped up after a short pass completion.
Yeah, I was wondering where they're going to mark this right here because his butt didn't touch the ground really. See right there, he's still up.
Yeah, that's still a live play.
Right there when his elbow touched, I think that's where they need to mark it. I don't know where they put it.
He's an exciting young man to watch.
Yeah.
And he and Musa, once they got into the second quarter, they really started to get on the same page and started to connect.
Well, Musa's done a nice job of allowing him to make plays. Put it where at least he can go get something.
This time he gives it to Jennings. Jennings bounces it out to the outside. And Jennings with a big game. That was set to go inside, and Jennings didn't see any daylight, so he bounced to the outside and comes up with a big play.
Yeah, it's interesting how the Bulldogs defense just totally collapsed inside and then just left.
Hey, somebody tell Maynard this is a swag game.
Great block on Richard Colloway, and it just turned him inside at the second. When they connected again that second time, they were able to just turn them all inside, and that left the left side wide open.
Looked like it might have been Jalen Goss over there on the block. Was that number 61? Maybe we could take a look at that again because he did a great job of sealing that edge and allowed him to turn around and get so much of that yardage. Here it is right here.
Yeah, there it is, big 61. And watch, he gets outside first, and then he goes back in and gets inside. Great job there, and watch him, he turns it out. That lit up the whole play right there.
That's just great feet because you're exactly right. He was inside and worked his way to the outside, got the seal, and Jennings did the great job by Jennings.
Because he was beat. I mean, your tackle was beat at first and then went ahead and kept battling, got back on the outside position, and your running back did a great job of taking off to the outside.
You know, I mentioned at the top, Musa is a graduate student. He also has a GPA of 4.0 as he works for his master's in sports management.
Slacker.
So he's getting it done in the classroom and on the football field all at the same time. You know, and when Coach started talking about him a little bit, he said, you know, he didn't get to play much when he was at Vanderbilt. Didn't really get much. Signed with Hawaii out of high school. Originally signed there. So he's moved around a bit. So he's really getting an opportunity to show what he can do now with the Rattlers. You know, they talked about his arm and how he physically has all the tools.
Well, he's grown in this game. We've seen him from the beginning of the game to right now.
So Musa turns, hands to Jennings again. Jennings, a lot of room again, running around the left side.
A&M defense.
They're not doing a good job of containing that thing right now on the left side. It's on the right defensive side, but the left offensive side.
Yeah, Jalen Goss again. Look how he collapsed it again. I mean, that's, you know, his arms, he's dangerously close to holding or sort of holding. They're not calling it, so great block.
You know, Cameron Coben gets a lot of accolades on that offensive line, and he deserves everything he gets. But Jalen Goss really showing out tonight, doing a good job over there at that offensive tackle position as Musa comes out. He has another 1st and 10. Ball on the 48. Pressure. Musa's going to put it up. And nobody's home. He was just throwing that one away.
Bro, if you would just
just
back shoulder
the ball,
the receiver,
right? I think
he
was so high.
And
he was expected to run under it. When he didn't see it, he shut it down, and then he saw the ball.
Yeah, Smith was in the vicinity, but it really looked like with the prayer, there was someone got free on Musa, and he just unloaded that football.
Yeah, that's, again, we talked about it before the game. Make good decisions. That was a good decision. You can't take a bad play right here.
So big Jalen McLeod checks into the backfield now. He has 1 touchdown on the day. Musa looking at 2nd and 10 after the incomplete pass. Looking to go quickly. This one is batted away, and a good job by that defensive front from Alabama A&M. Big number 97 there getting his hands up. That is Rashad Colson.
Yeah, the pocket's coming down, and he's got his hand on that guard and just keeps his hand up. Good job. We'll say this about McLeod. You know, normally you'd get a guy named McLeod. You'd say McLeod of dust. With the turf, you can't really – there's no dust. Be like a cloud of pellets.
Rashad Colston transfer from Florida International U. And that's the second time he's made a big play in this game tonight. And we have another, like, him out on the field. Officials want to check something out. Actually, an Alabama A&M timeout, as you just heard.
Alabama A&M sure know how to lose a game.
For South Carolina State.
Woo! So Roberts stands on his own near his end zone line. And he gets the punt off. Jones gonna let it bunt, bounce now,
Make
catches
him miss.
it.
Oh,
Jones
you ain't have to
runs
make
the
him
far
miss.
sideline, gets out of bounds because it's gonna be great field position.
Can y'all kick a field goal right here for that? Damn, it's just halftime. This game right here, this game is too long.
And Musa looking back over to the sideline. They've gotten very deliberate here as the quarter has gone along.
Much as Arian Hayes here, number 4 at the bottom of the screen here. I think he's going to come hard.
Musa with good protection this time. Slides up in the pocket, takes his time, and throws a strike. That is number 83, Darian Oxendine, and he makes the catch going low. That's going to be a first down for the Rattlers.
Like Jalen Goss again.
Great
Great blocking.
rush 2 people. They rush 2 people.
So
and
they
drop
go. That
9.
will do it. It's the end of the third quarter, and it ends on a first down for the Rattlers.
These fools rushed 2 people and dropped 9 and still gave up a 13-yard. Oh. 17-13 at the half.
And A&T goes into the locker room with the 17-13 lead.
Big time swing there as Brown kicks the field goal as time expires.
We're going to be back with our halftime activities. You're watching Big South Football.
Big South Football.
We make USAA renters and
All right, man. What the dilly, yo? What the dilly? What's going to happen right here? Who pulling out what? Is FAMU going to hold on to win? Is FAMU going to win, or is A&M going to pull it off? Is A&T going to beat South Carolina State? What's going to happen? To all the people in the chat watching the game, boy, y'all sure quiet. Y'all must be listening and doing something else. Do y'all want to hear Prime Time's post-game speech? Because I'll play it for you. If y'all want to hear the post-game speech, I'll play it for you if you haven't heard it. Since we waiting.
The score. 49-7. Did we dominate? No. 49-7 and we didn't dominate. We won, but we didn't dominate. I cut practice back a little bit this week. I don't know if you guys noticed, to try to give you a little more rest because I'm trying to bring solvency to the problem of the first half. I don't know why we go out flat in the first half. Second half, we come out and dominate like we're supposed to. We got to fix this. We got to fix it. I can't keep giving you, and you don't give me nothing back. We talked about relationships before. Relationships is when I give you something, you give me something back. That's the expectation in life. You put something in the vending machine, you expect something out, right? It's just how it is in life. Fellas, we got to figure this out. Now, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make sure this locker room is clean before we leave. That's one thing we're going to do. not going to be nothing on the floor. I'm going to give you Sunday off. I'm going to give you Monday off. We're going to practice Tuesday and Wednesday. You're going to have Thursday off, Friday off, Saturday off. We practice it on Sunday. Yeah, Thursday off. I can't believe I'm doing it. Friday off, Saturday off.
And as they're trying to see if they can pad their lead a little bit. We have a whistle on the field as the officials want to check something out real quick before we resume play as we get ready to start the fourth quarter of play with Florida A&M out in front 28-19. And this has been a special drive for the Rattlers. I mean, they've really gotten a good push from that offensive line on this drive. They've done a lot of it on the ground.
Terrell Jennings, 61 yards on 11 carries, 5.4 carry. That'll get it done.
So Jalen McLeod in the backfield. A lot of time for Musa. Throws it in the corner. He had a man. That was Smith again. And Xavier Smith had a step. And Musa just overshot him a little bit.
What's the play, Coach? 1-9. Throw it to 1-9.
It's worked out pretty well so far tonight. It's done a good job. You know that you have to have. You got to show Pony. You got to ride it, man. You got to ride it.
6 catches, 97 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's had a big night. He's had a huge night.
And again, Musa led him a little too much, but I like it because he's giving him an opportunity. A little bit off target, but certainly was a good play call. And just minus a little bit of that execution.
Well, and how about the job Coach Simmons has done mixing up the plays here in the second half? Done an excellent job. And now we have a whistle before they can get it off again.
Delay of game, offense. 5-yard penalty, second down.
That is the fourth delay of game penalty in this contest tonight. 3 against Florida A&M and 1 against Alabama A&M.
This is the first one that wasn't on a change of possession. And again, no play clock working that we can see, so I think that's the issue.
So 2nd and 15 now for the Rattlers. Pressure on Musa, but he didn't see it. He lays out a perfect pass and a diving catch by Shareed. Jamarie Shareed showing out with a beautiful catch near the sideline.
Wow, that was fantastic. I mean, again, Musa puts it up there. Watch Jamarie just kick it in and then just lays out for it. Catches the backside of the football and brings it in.
What a catch. He got the foot down, clearly in bounds, and just what a great catch.
He's showing the guns, baby.
Yeah, all 5'7" of him. 5'7", 175, but he can go get it. And what a great catch that was. He's a transfer from Texas State and really, really doing a good job tonight for the Rattlers. So they still have the big fella in the backfield, Jalen McLeod. He's behind Musa. Musa looking to pass, goes into the corner, and a fine defensive play over there by the defense. That is Marquez Beeson on the stop, knocking that one away from Manigo.
Great defense, and Marquez is certainly vocal after that play to the fans of the Rattlers. And again, I think everyone thought McLeod was going to get that ball and just go right up. So I liked it, but I'll tell you, Beeson was having none of that. He was still playing man-to-man, so he wasn't caring where the ball was going from an inside run standpoint.
Rattlers on a 2nd and goal now. Musa fires to the other end, and that time he just misfired. Was trying to hit Manigo again. He was open that time. Just a bad pass from Musa.
Yeah, and again, I think the run, everyone thought they were going to run because why? He went under center, inside. They're like, there he goes, watch. He just throws it outside. He just gets too far wide.
Well, he threw it where he thought Manigo was going to end up, and he just couldn't quite work himself back toward the ball. So now, very quickly, they've gotten into a 3rd and goal situation. McLeod still in the backfield. He's to Musa's left. He's the bigger of the 2 running backs. Musa looking to pass again, fires it out there. He tried to use that pick play, but it didn't work. He tried to go to Smith, and it's an incomplete pass. So that's going to bring up 3rd down for the Rattlers. Excuse me, 4th down for the Rattlers.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Musa, I like the way he gives them an opportunity, but he makes every receiver really have to lay out. I mean, he knows what every inch they have, I guess, and says you got to go out and lay out for this one.
So they will go for the field goal. It will be a 20-yard attempt by Jose Romo Martinez. Should be money in the bank for him. He puts it up, and it is good as he splits the uprights. Romo Martinez makes it a 3rd-19 game. Rattlers out in front.
Let's see who else is playing. Let's see. We know this game is a halftime. I ain't even interested in that. And McNeese is they winning? Yeah, they winning against Mississippi College. I was about to say. Man, it's a slow night. Alabama kicking Vanderbilt, you know what? And I do believe that Alabama just picked the ball off and turned the ball back over. Oh, off his own knee.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can check out the SWAC preseason poll for 2022 presented tonight by Chevrolet. And as you can see, Jackson State predicted to win in the East. Florida A&M predicted to be second. Right now, what has to happen, because Florida A&M has already lost to Jackson State, so Florida A&M would have to win out, and they need Jackson State to somehow lose twice to have a shot at the title.
True that. Yeah, no, they need some help.
And on the other side, Southern University predicted to be number 1 in the West, but you know what? Texas Southern knocked off Southern University last week, so that took a big hit there. The West is wide open right now, even though Jackson State looks like they're in the driver's seat in the East. So the kickoff goes deep, and it's going to be down right there, so the Bulldogs will take this one on the 25.
Yeah. Ever since that play, there was no thought of coming out. It was like, I don't care what is happening. Everybody falls down. I am taking a catch, and I'm not moving.
Well, what a difference a half has been in this ballgame. Because the first half, you could make a case that it was all Alabama A&M. But since we've gone to the second half, it's been reversed.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that Florida A&M made the plays they had to make, and that last drive before the half really turned them, gave them the confidence. They made adjustments and got even stronger going into this second half.
So Langford's going to throw it on first down. He's run out of the pocket, still looking downfield, makes an off-balance throw, and it's incompleted pass. But there is a flag down, and Lovey Jenkins doesn't like the flag at all. He didn't think it's warranted, but we may have a pass interference call.
I think that's Courtney Cox they're going to call, number 12.
Timeout for an injured player.
I don't think he saw the flag that they've thrown, I guess.
Officiating is trash.
It's big Kamari Stevens.
And he's up and around.
And Langford's down now, too.
Yeah.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 12. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
As you take another look at the play, they're looking at Langford's ankle or his foot as he throws it downfield.
Wow, and they call it on Courtney Cox there. And again, it looked a little bit like two guys battling down the field here. Let's focus on Langford here, I think, on this play. What happened to that leg? He's up now, but that's a bit concerning. If you're a Bulldog fan.
He threw his off balance on the throw.
Well, I didn't see anything totally twist there, but he certainly wasn't feeling good.
Well, it was right there when he went to get up. It's either a foot or an ankle. And we'll see who's in the ball game to replace him.
Please refrain from playing when Alabama A&M has the ball. For the FAMU band, please refrain from playing when Alabama A&M has the ball. Thank you.
That's an unpopular statement.
Strike one on the FAMU band. First warning for playing. They could have had the DJ going too, so it's just the band, so it's not too bad. Quincy Casey in the game at quarterback now, and he starts it off with a pass out to Quarles, and he's going to pick up about 8, maybe 9 yards on the play. Took just a little short pass, and he turned it into something nice.
Yeah, as we mentioned in the top of the broadcast, Casey and Langford had a big battle at the beginning of the season to see who would be the starter. So, Casey's capable of moving this team.
They have a lot of confidence in Casey. He came over from Jackson State, got to start some games over there for the Tigers, so he comes in with some experience. Also has a good arm. This time, Casey's going to run it, and he's close to a first down, and he picked it up. Quincy Casey on the carry picks up a first down for the Bulldogs.
Sometimes quarterbacks come off the side, and they're just more comfortable because there was no time to think. You just go do. You just do what you're trained to do. You don't think so much about it. Your nerves don't happen. And so he looks like he just kind of got in there. Even the way he throws and the way he committed right there was very, very smooth, and he didn't have that nervous look to him.
Well, talking to Coach Maynor, Casey does have the stronger arm of the two quarterbacks, and he throws a better football. But it's just been the fact that Langford has run the offense better. As Casey slides up in the pocket, throws downfield, and he just missed Ibrahim, who had a couple of steps down the sideline.
Well, Ibrahim is walking a little weird, and he's telling the sidelines he's okay, but it looks to me like he was trying to make an extra step and shut it down. It looked like that ball actually would have been timed right. Like right there, that step just looks like it wasn't quite right. It looked to me like he may have had a chance to play on the ball. I don't know.
Well, he left the game briefly after that end around that he ran on the play, and he kind of did something to his foot on that play because he went out for a couple of plays, but he's back. This time, 2nd down and 10 for Quincy Casey. Tries to go up the middle, spins away from one tackler before he's finally knocked down. So Casey maybe a little quicker too. You seem like he's got a little burst in his step.
Yeah, and I'm surprised the Bulldogs aren't picking up the pace. We saw him earlier, and I mentioned it earlier, when you get positive plays, it's easier to have a quick pace, right? When you don't have positive plays, it tends to slow things down.
Casey 6'1", 180-pounder from Memphis, Tennessee. Now has a 3rd down and 9 to go to pick this thing up. In the pocket, had some time, throws high. That's going to be an incomplete pass. And so now it's a decision time for Connell Maynor, or do you kick the football away, 31-19? Casey's looking over at the sideline like they may take a shot at it. Let's see.
And it looks like their offense is heading back out there. So I don't know if it was a little deeper. I think you certainly do it. This one's a tough call, but you've got a lot of ground to catch up. If you're going to go, you got to make a play.
11:44 to go in the quarter. This is 4th down coming up now for the Bulldogs. 4th and 9. Quincy Casey, the backup quarterback, is in the ball game. Takes a step. Blitz on the way, but Casey escapes. Throws downfield, and he overshoots everybody. So he did a good job of eluding the blitz, but threw it high downfield, so it goes down as an incomplete pass. We're going to take a timeout. 31-19, Rattlers out in front. We'll be back in a minute.
If you know, you know. This game has been dragged out. If they just run the ball, man, the game will speed up and be over with. For real.
That drive going before the half to get a
what
touchdown,
like
not
to
only
be
get that touchdown to play defense and use your timeouts and force South Carolina State to punt it back to you. Got a pretty good return, long field goal, all the momentum in the Aggies locker room at halftime. We're going to take a look at some of the first half highlights as a matter of fact. And I tell you what, we got a lot of highlights to really look at for that first half.
I don't know what happened to their sound, but it happened. Who y'all got, man? Does A&T finally get a W? Will A&T get a W?
Jamarie Sharif, 6 catches, 107 yards, 17.8.
Yeah, he and Smith are quite a 1-2 punch. I mean, that's a great tandem when they're rolling. You have 2 really legitimate targets.
Oh, no doubt. Smith, 97 yards.
So the Rattlers now have it 2nd and 10. Musa looking to pass again. Down the sideline again. Lays it out there perfectly, and it's caught by Sharif.
They can't cover.
Jamarie Sharif putting on a show tonight in front of the home crowd.
Wow. You know, they do a great job of making up ground and stretching out to catch these balls. I'm telling you. Every one of them almost is where they have to really stand themselves and stretch to get it. Great job.
You know, it's also, you mentioned how when Quincy Casey came on, he was off target and his ball was in. Musa throws a ball that's catchable. He's dropping that thing. He's dropping dimes. He's got the spin on it. He's dropping it right in there. You have an opportunity to grab that thing. It's not too hard. And here we go, first down. He dumps it off to Smith, this time in a great tackle right there in the backfield by number 7, Charles Bell, the 6th, with a nice play.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that same play they ran earlier where they had more success on, but Bell did a great job of reading that. He said, I've seen this. I'm coming at you.
Did you see Sharif up there at the top of the screen?
Yeah.
Sticking with his block? So it's going to be a loss of 2 on that play. Setting up a 2nd and 12 now for the Rattlers. Fake to McLeod. Down the sideline it goes, and it's an incompleted pass. Nobody home on that one.
No, no one on the screen. no one within 20 yards of that throw.
Yeah, nobody at home for that one. So that's going to bring up a 3rd down and 12 to go for the Rattlers. They have Jennings in the backfield. He's also played a good game. You know, after the first quarter on, it took a while for Florida A&M to get into their groove, but once they did, and we have offsides on this play, so it might be a free play for Musa if they let it go. Great catch over there near the sidelines, and another flag goes down.
It goes under interference right there.
That was 83, Darian Oxendine, and what a great grab that one was. These receivers are definitely putting on a show tonight.
Oh, my gosh. And Avian Rice is going to get called on interference. That he figures the play's over, and there's no way he's going to be able to catch that ball anyway. Watch it. There's no way they call interference on that.
He got his foot down.
Well, what's the unnecessary roughness, or what would that even be called? He didn't touch him until the ball was caught. What a catch.
There were 2 fouls on the play, both against the defense. Offside, defense, number 97, with contact. That 5-yard penalty will be enforced. After the play, personal foul, legit, defense, number 24. That penalty will be enforced, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
That was Y.N. Myers, our referee for tonight. He called it on, right there, he called it on number 24, Avion Rice.
I get it. The guy was going out of bounds, but he just really touched him on his way out. Again.
Oxendine, though, what a great catch over there near the sideline.
So they did not call the catch because the ball would already be at the 1. So they say that wasn't a catch? Yeah, they must have called it dead.
They blew it dead on the play. So Musa again for the touchdown to Smith. These two have been on the same page all night. That is number 3. What a beautiful pass from Musa to Xavier Smith, and it's another touchdown for the Rattlers.
And he's going to love it because it puts him over the century mark, 100. Over 100 yards and 3 touchdowns. And again, if you're not extending yourself, you're not catching the ball from Musa.
Well, the one thing that the Rattlers have showed us tonight is, and they started the game off very slowly, very not much sluggish is the better word.
Mm-hmm.
This is a high-octane offense. And when they start to roll, they really roll. It's really tough to slow them down. So
I think it started with the offensive line.
Romo Martinez is on for the extra point, and it is good. And just like that, there's Xavier Smith with the big play chain, and the Rattlers are turning it on. 38-19, they lead it. We'll be right back.
Alabama A&M had total control in the first quarter. Y'all saw me just click over and catch a touchdown.
Bayshawn 2. 38 yards on the touchdown scamper by Bayshawn 2.
And he has a lot of speed, not just a north-south runner. Makes that initial cut, and he's off to the races. You're not going to catch him. Throws the hand in the air. Touchdown, North Carolina A&T Aggies.
Gives the little track star action as he crosses the goal line. Andrew Brown for the extra point. It is up, and it is through.
It's a lot of game left, though. It's a lot of game left. A whole lot of game left. Like it's a game left. to really call this game, they're going to have to they're gonna have to step it up. Man, I don't feel like yelling in y'all ear. My son throwing the ball. Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big game between FAMU and A&M. It's got a lot riding on it right now.
Brought to you tonight by Chevrolet as we take a look. Grambling over Bethune-Cookman 36-19. Texas Southern losing at UTSA. And then it's Alabama A&M. That's our game. 30-19 in the fourth quarter. How about Prairie View A&M with a big win over Alabama State at the half? Arkansas Pine Bluff leading Alcorn State 14-10. And then Jackson State, Tigers roll on again. 49-7 over the Delta Devils.
They are for real, and so is Musa. He is, 21 of 39, 323 yards, 3 touchdowns. And then you got Jamari Sharif, 138 yards receiving. Xavier Smith looks like right at 100 yards with 3 touchdowns.
It's just they turned on the offense, and it's like, turning on a switch, and it's hard to turn off because the Bulldogs defense played a really great first half of football. They did a good job on the Rattlers, but as this game has gone on, and that turnover in the third quarter, after the Rattlers had marched it down and went all the way, then you had the interception. That was a really, really big play. The interception by Nadarius Fagan kind of really opened the floodgates at that point.
Yeah, and I want to mention Terrell Jennings as well. I thought when he started running well, him and McLeod, Jennings 61 yards, McLeod 22 yards on the ground. And really, I think the turning point was the offensive line stopped letting all the pressure. Remember, early in the game, the Bulldogs were in the backfield before anyone even got started. And they did a good job of making adjustments, and the Bulldogs' defensive line and linebackers stopped making as much pressure.
So 1st and 10, and Langford is back. He gets away. And he's going to run with the football, and Langford will pick up a first down. So that foot looked pretty good right there as he got away from the pressure and picked up the first down.
Yeah, and maybe that time just, a series taken off just allowed him to recover. But again, look how tough he is. He's still thinking of trying to make a big play. Once he didn't see it, just got what he could, took to the sideline.
Well, his confidence has started to grow. And it grew a lot tonight in this ball game as he completes the pass right there. It's going to be a short gain, though. A nice tackle by the defense, Javon Morgan right there on the stop.
Yeah, rallied to the football, and that's what they did right there. Kind of hog tied a little bit.
And a big run that time by Quarles. Shot out of a cannon, getting out of the backfield, and Quarles picks up a nice gain and a first down for the Bulldogs. And if you're just joining us tonight, right now, we're late in the game. I got to tell you, the first half, we got to see a different Alabama A&M team. They played a whale of a first half.
Yeah, they look really, really good. And again, they started off, they just couldn't maintain it, couldn't stay hot. And again, I think the offensive line really of the Rattlers changed a little bit.
Langford again dances around, tries to free himself up. He does find a receiver, but the pass is short. Tried to hit Hambrick, but it's scooped up there. And once again, Langford is getting up slowly. And he's messaging to the sideline.
Defense, number 31, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Isaiah Land is the guilty party there, guilty of roughing the passer.
Let's see how dangerous this was. Yeah, he took a couple steps, put his head down after. That used to be just good pressure. Now it's guilty.
Well, Langford did a great job buying a lot of time as we have a whistle as they tried to get it away. Could not get the snap off.
Rattlers had too many men on the field, I think. That stop and play allowed the Rattlers to get their extra man off the field.
Yeah, I just don't think the ball was ready for play. Is that what it looked like by Y.N. Myers right there? Bulldogs go back on offense, have a first down. They're operating from their 30. Langford with a clean pocket. Myers deep, and his receiver falls down, and it's an incompleted pass. Trying to hit someone right there in that seam, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, it looked like there may have been an opportunity there, but again, when your receiver falls, and
that was Cox.
Yeah, Isaiah Cox.
Isaiah Cox, who lost his footing on the play. He's had a good night also for the Bulldogs. They've done a good job. Now it's Langford on 2nd and 10. Fires near the sidelines. That one is incomplete. It goes through the hands of Isaiah Cox over there. Could not bring it down.
Yeah, he'll be mad at himself on that one. Cox 3 catches, 32 yards. And again, if you're the Bulldogs, you just want to execute right now. You want to execute, go down there, and you want to score. Can't worry about the scoreboard at this point.
So Langford needs 10 yards for a first down. It's 3rd down as he looks over to the sidelines. Langford running the option, and he's not going to get far. A great defensive play by the Rattlers. Coming up big. Number 98, Stanley Mentor. One of the Rattlers who quickly showed up on the scene.
And Dre Jones was the man who turned it inside. He came off the edge hot.
They go back quickly on 4th down now. 4th and about 11 for the Bulldogs. Langford gets away. He's a big, strong quarterback, still looking downfield. Kept his eyes downfield, and it's picked off. It is intercepted by the Rattlers. Javan Morgan on the return down the sidelines, cuts it back inside, and if he had not lost his footing, he may have had a lot of daylight in front of him. So a big interception by Javan Morgan, number 2, for the Rattlers. He's a preseason all-SWAC player.
Yeah, Langford just trying to make something happen. He just didn't have his positioning.
2 picks.
Put enough on that ball, threw it short. And again, at this point of the game, though, I'm okay with him trying to make something happen right there, right? Because you're not going to do anything else but give up the ball anyway.
38-19. We'll be right back.
That's 2 picks and a fumble.
Touch. A flag before the play.
False start. Number 20 the offense. 5-yard penalty.
False start called against South Carolina State. Fortunately, this time for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, the momentum in this ball game has completely swung. Late in the second quarter, Corey Fields found Richard Bailey to give the Bulldogs a 13-7 lead, but the Aggies put together a drive to retake the lead on that Tootin touchdown. Got another field goal before the half, and now another Tootin touchdown. Aggie defense stepping up, forcing another punt. Now South Carolina State can't even get a punt off here. Got to regroup and try to correct
38 the offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
Falls on the North Carolina A&T Aggie side of the field.
7 penalties, 53 yards now for South Carolina State. Another false start on the punt. So you figure A&T's going to get excellent field position here.
Either excellent field position on a punt return by Jones, or come after it. Try to get a punt block and really break this game wide open.
See what happens here. Again, Amonte Jones deep to receive for the Aggies. It's a short kick. Jones comes up, catches it, 43-yard line, and it's going to be tackled.
Need a little bit more X button.
So a 7-yard return by Amonte Jones. Excellent field position for North Carolina A&T, 1st and 10.
Defense.
He needs that X button, bro. He ain't got it. He ain't had that boost.
Electric on the return game. Almost broke that one as well, but it's going to be great field position.
Alabama A&M is about to be 0-1 in SWAC play.
Game ball is at midfield.
Which puts them
A&T
about
with
2
17
games
unanswered
back
points. And the 11
automatically. Yeah, about 2 games
Here in
back.
the third quarter. Jalen Howard, the redshirt senior from Spartanburg, South Carolina. The give is to Tootin.
Dude is running that
Weaving
peel.
in and out. Tootin going to be dragged down.
Look at why he's
by
smacking
BJ
in the
Davis,
face,
who's
bro.
been all over the field for South Carolina State.
Davis is going to have dreams about Tootin tonight. Davis coming up and scraping from his linebacker position, side to side. Linebacker for South Carolina State comes up with a tackle defensively. And this is a big drive for South Carolina State. You gotta.
They running at your strength.
BJ Davis, 14 tackles in the ball game. Play fake. Pass is tipped and incomplete.
It was there
by
for one
intended receiver Taymon Cook for A&T.
That play was set up because A&T has been so run heavy. Had that pass not been tipped, with a big completion for the Aggies, he's going to set up a third down.
So another third down situation
man.
for North Carolina A&T.
Get the play in, man. We got more serious business
on
in the
third
SWAC.
down conversions this evening.
Aggies hit 3rd and 60 to keep the ball on the ground.
To the outside.
Fowler.
And he was trying to stay in a little bit. Watch him just wrestle and throw his butt down to the ground there.
They didn't put backups in on
Tried to clean it up
Alabama
at the end.
A&M.
No flag, though.
No harm, no foul. 7-yard gain on the pass completion. This time, a straight ahead handoff. And that's going to be a first down for the Rattlers. Number 30, Cameron Segur on the carry. Seeing his first action of tonight.
I think it's Deonta Burns. Look at this tackle right here. It's a form tackle. Coming in there, bam, picks him up by the
Who
hip,
was the
drives him
quarterback
into the
for
ground. That's a
FAMU?
great tackle.
Yeah, but that was after Segur picked up the first down. So he moved the sticks.
Who was that? That ain't number 17. That ain't Rashawn McKay.
So a first down for the Rattlers. Seth tries to get away, but he's going to be caught in the backfield and dropped. And right now, Coach Willie Simmons just getting a lot of guys in there, gives them a chance to get on the film, get on the tape, so everybody can see themselves when they look at the tape tomorrow.
Well, it always becomes a bigger team when more guys that get in there.
Big boy run. I had to see that touchdown. I had to see that touchdown. Okay.
So Sapp rolling to his right, looking downfield, fires a strike, a completed pass to Nick Dixon again as he hauled it in. And all of a sudden, Cameron Sapp has a favorite target. It's number 88.
Chemistry is a good thing, isn't it?
Good catch by Dixon.
Wow, Sapp.
And there is a timeout on the field for an injured player.
Can't see what number
he
that
running
is.
over South Carolina State.
97. That is big Rashad Colston, the 6'6", 330-pound senior.
Over.
He's also a transfer student from Florida International University.
Apalaca, Florida.
Yeah, he's played a good game tonight. You know, he's made his presence felt on that field. He's been involved in some big plays.
Maybe Central is that dope.
A hard night. These guys have been on the field playing hard all night long, and sometimes, you know, you're just letting it all hang out. And you get tired.
Yeah. Or you get that one hit that just, boy, takes it out of you. You just you need a few minutes to get your lungs back together, and sometimes that's just what it takes.
He goes to the sidelines for Alabama A&M. That will be a first down on the previous play for the Rattlers. So they are definitely in scoring position again, about to be in the red zone here. Another yard.
I think once you told the Rattlers that they were their home game winning streak was going to go on the other side, they picked it up. So they must have been listening to you, Bush.
Yeah, the Rattlers will make it 12 in a row at home. They got a nice atmosphere for home games. And whistles blow that one dead before he could even take off with it.
I think that was Dre Terry, the linebacker, coming off that edge. He stepped forward before that ball would snap. And they blew the whistle because the quarterback was in danger, right? People would say, like, why didn't they let the play go? When you got a quarterback someone having a straight shot on your quarterback, you blow the whistle. Either he's a superhero that goes off the ball that quick or he was offside.
false start. Offense. Number 55. 5-yard penalty. First down.
55, Michael Marshall. A little movement on his side of the ball.
Yep.
So that will back him up 5.
My other or someone drew you offsides.
But they've turned the atmosphere here at Brad Campbell Memorial Stadium into quite an atmosphere that is so conducive for winning for this team. You know, they get the DJ cranked up. You got the band, the Marching 100 doing their thing. You know, the fans, the great tailgating. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, they file in a little late because the partying's so good for the pregame. But once they get here, they let them rip.
The give is to Seeger again, and he has no room that time. He's dropped in the backfield.
He got pinned in by 2 linemen. He got one in the front, one in the back. That was really his issue. He couldn't get through them to get some more yards.
Cameron Seeger seeing his first action late in this ball game.
Yeah, see, he gets tackled from the back by his offensive lineman, it looks like.
KJ, I don't know if you still listening in or you started your evening tonight, but, you know, when the recap come out and they bring up the A&T and South Carolina State game, we're going to see what they say. They're going to come up with some excuse to go backwards.
As we get down, closing in on the 4-minute mark in this ball game.
Yeah, I asked a coach once, I said, you know, why do you keep throwing the ball, you know, when you're trying to run the clock out? He just said, we do what we do.
Sometimes that's what it comes down to. It really does. The Cameron plus Cameron backfield still in place. Cameron Sapp there with Cameron Seeger. Lines up 3 wideouts to his left. Sapp looking that way. Throws it near the sideline. Has a man. That was a nice completed pass. Still in bounds. That's going to be another first down, and it's Nicholas Dixon again on the catch.
Wow. Dixon is going to see more playing time. No question about it after his performance today. And Sapp does a nice job of creating more time and going one way, having to square your shoulder, going to the left and throwing it as a righty. That's a hard thing to do.
So 4th down now. Going to be 4th and about 5 after the penalty. He was short. Did not
much
get
better than the
down, so
Albany State game, FAMU. Much better. Man, that off week, man, gave y'all some
from 33 yards.
Lovey dove.
Jose Romo Martinez has been busy tonight. From 33 yards, his kick, line drive, and he did not get it. He hooked it right.
So FAMU is back at 500. They 2-tizzle.
There's a good angle for it. They had good pressure on it, but that thing was going right all the way. It had to have been a whole lot closer. That was a good angle to see that kick for sure. Trying to get some updated numbers here, but the numbers coming to us is a little bit late. But Dixon sure has had a nice showing there, and Sapp has come in and even shown that he can play quarterback and look pretty calm. And again, that offense from the Rattlers, once they got it cranked up, looked very, very smooth.
Cameron Sapp did have some playing time last year. He did see some action, so he's not totally new to this. And the Bulldogs will get the football again. We're right at the 3-minute mark in this ball game. Langford has gone all the way except for that one play where he went out of the ball game. Actually, there was several plays. He went out of the ball game when he injured his foot. Completes the pass there as he moves it upfield. But I think all in all, and I really want to hear what you feel about this, Connell Maynard is going to leave here tonight, and he's going to be really happy with a lot of what he saw, especially in the first half. Now, I know things didn't go their way in the second half, but he saw some progress tonight.
Well, I think the tough part is, right?
That was horrible by the cornerback.
Right? And that's almost more frustrating sometimes, right? When you see potential and you see where you are.
You
they
have
have some playmakers. Langford certainly certainly showed some great flashes. I mean, they've got guys that have stepped up and played well.
And you were still back.
I mean, there's a lot of things that they have that they can do. They just have to put it all together. And that is tough. I mean, Ibrahim, they got to get him the ball more in open space where he's got more to do with it. But he's going to be happy about some things, but he's going to be frustrated as well.
There's a completion right there to number 12, who takes it all the way down there. That's Gardner, Terrell Gardner.
Man, A&M
Makes
talked
a big
all that
catch.
shit in the spring and the offseason about
So they're still playing hard.
all
Good
they
route by Gardner.
all they transfers.
And on the other side, what do you think about Florida
all the
A&M
new
and Coach
people
Willie
that they
Sims? You know, like you
got?
said, you called it right earlier. As Langford takes off, you said they came out sluggish, and that's the perfect word for it. They weren't hitting on all cylinders, and it took them a while. They were losing at the break, and they came back in the third quarter, and it's been all business since.
Yeah, I mean, and I do think it started with the offensive line's execution. If you remember those first 2 or 3 series, the Bulldogs defensive line and linebackers were in the backfield. Even some of those runs that were positive, they were getting hit when they got the ball.
Langford again, scrambles out of the pocket, going to keep it. Good run by the big quarterback as he surges forward. Xavier Langford.
That was like a strategic run, was it not? He wasn't really opening up. He wasn't going super fast, but he was just kind of playing the angles there. Once he decided to run it, he knew who was where, and he just kind of ran more and more as far as he could in the open spot. And I like it because he didn't take a huge hit, not a huge hit.
Well, he kept his eyes downfield, and he just didn't give up on the play. I mean, he wanted to throw the ball in that situation. They have moved all the way down to the 30, and we have a timeout now with 40.
Man, why? It's 45 seconds left, bro. Run the damn clock out. The game over. You lost.
Line is Joseph Stuckey.
Look at this score.
Right down.
If y'all are tuned in
Hustling
right
out
now, I
to
want
that
you to
play
look
to
at this
limit the
score.
game for White, but I mentioned before this drive, look up at
It's
the
an
18-point
game.
Aggies are trying to run away with this ball.
They were
game.
losing
Imperative
13-7.
South Carolina State comes away with some points, preferably
They were
a touchdown
losing
on this drive.
13-7.
At the line of scrimmage, Benson is hit. Penalty marker comes in as Benson picks up what would be a first down.
It's probably the biggest gain of the day for Benson. It's a flag on the play.
So a gain.
And Cornell Manor calls a timeout with 40-something seconds left, man. The game over, bro.
Completion rate, he got it done. And again, he got better as the game went on. And he throws a ball that he tells his receivers, go get it. So if you're running the pattern for him, you know you better stretch it out and go keep running.
I think the other thing about it, too, is he throws such a catchable ball.
They just scored a damn touchdown.
And we're going to take a look. Believe it or not, the Bulldogs put it in for a touchdown. We're going to go back and take a look at that in just a second.
That's some bullshit.
Because we mentioned this Connell Manor team was going to fight it out till the very end, and that's exactly what they did, and that's what they're doing. They had a pass into the end zone from Langford.
Let's take a look.
There it is, Langford in the pocket. Some time. What a beautiful touch on that pass. And he dropped it right in there. A nice pass for the touchdown to number 4, Cameron Young, C.J. Young on the play. The 2-point attempt is an incomplete pass into the corner there. So nice touch, Langford, ending the night on a really nice note as we take another look.
Can't throw it any better than this. And he had pressure in his face. And look at it, just over the defender's stretched arms and right into his receiver. That is a great job. And again, I mentioned a minute ago, you want to end on something positive. That's a really good place to end positive and take your program forward. And again, it's going to be a long ride back to Alabama A&M, but you end with something. And again, like you said, Maynard's going to see the things he really likes, but again, your team's got to put 4 quarters together, and I think he's going to be able to show that to them. Look, we can do this, but here's where you get off the rails. You got to stay on the rails. You got to stay on the plan. And you got to execute.
What does a victory like this do for Willie Simmons and his team? Because you come in here, like you said, they started out pretty slow in this one. They know they have to win out to have a chance
that shit crazy,
to win the
dude.
championship in the East. I mean, and then they got to get some help from some other people. But just the fact that he talked about how important this home winning streak is to them. And I think that's what we saw tonight when he said, hey, guys, look, we got too much going on here to lose this game. And they came back in the second half, and they looked like a different team.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Rattlers' goals are championship, playing in the playoffs. Nothing short of that is anything they're about.
Onside kick, and that may go for a touchdown instead. Manigo is caught from behind and spun down, but they had the hands team up there and he picked up that onside kick, and he was trying to take it back to the house.
He sure was. Mango's had a really strong game. He's competed well for every ball that's gone his way. He's done a great job.
He definitely has there as they go off with a lot to celebrate tonight. This team, another home victory. This will make it the 12th victory in a row as we take another look at the onside kick and watch David Manny go.
And again, as far as the bounce goes, it was placed well for the Bulldogs, but no one got on it on the end of that. And again, he picked it right up, started taking it the other way.
I was going to say that. That was an excellent onside kick. You want it to spin up like that.
Yep.
There just weren't any white jerseys in the vicinity over there.
I'll be surprised he didn't take a knee here, but I've been surprised before.
Cameron Sapp back out at quarterback.
I get my
Cameron
touchdown
Seeger
back.
to his right.
If I'm Willie, I'm throwing a touchdown.
We got 27 ticks to go in this ball game.
I'm throwing a touchdown.
Surprise.
The Rattlers are about to improve to 2-2 on the year,
And he threw it to the
while
sideline.
the Bulldogs will fall to 0-3. But obviously their play has been a lot better than that 0-4 on the field.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to run another play here.
I would.
Yeah, they're letting it run out.
That'll do it for this one. The final seconds tick off the clock. And Connell Maynard and his team.
Connell Maynard took a hold his L. I thought you got paid to win SWAC games, buddy. Well, South Carolina State scored a touchdown. We missed it.
And move it ahead 5 yards. So it's going to give A&T possession of the football at the 46. Chandler Mueller is the replacement for Ricky Lee at left tackle. 1st and 5 now for the Aggies. Play fake. 1-on-1, far sideline. What a catch! What a catch by North Carolina A&T receiver. That was Caldwell who makes another big catch for the Aggies.
It's Jakari Caldwell, number 88 again, looks familiar. Almost the exact same play as the previous drive, and he lost him again. And you could pick either play. Caldwell setting up the Aggies here. You see on the replay, play fake two. Gotta honor that. Caldwell goes up, comes down with the big catch. Aggies are in business once again.
Ball at the South Carolina State 28-yard line now. As Fowler gets the play from the sideline, play clock is at 6.
Safety run back, yep. He got to stay in the center of the field.
Give it to Tootin off the left side, breaks the tackle, looking for the end zone, pulls his way forward, and he didn't get in, but I'll tell you what, he laid the wood to a Bulldogs defender.
New left tackle doesn't matter for the Aggies. They're going to keep the ball on the ground and Tootin, much like the previous drive, after that big catch by Jakari Caldwell, Tootin all the way down to the 1-yard line before
Flag
he's
on the
knocked out
play.
of bounds, but he
Taunting.
created that contact. It's a flag on the
First
field.
down, but they call it taunting. What?
This call is
in the end zone. Should be an interesting call.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 2 of the offense. This is a second unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the contest. He's disqualified for the remainder of the game.
And we just talked about that. Players have to
The
be
penalty
aware
is enforced 15 yards on the other run.
Shut up. On each team, got one on the previous A&T touchdown. Now, that's the end of the night for Jamison Warren. And, you got to be aware of that situation. And
That's
not
why
only
you cannot
was it
taunt,
unsportsmanlike, but Tootin got down to the
just
1-yard line.
inside
Now
the goal
it's gonna
line
take the
about to
Aggies back.
score.
Still going to be first down, but that's going to be 1st and 10.
16 now.
Yeah, so big difference there. But again, have to be aware on both sides of the football. Everyone on each team has an unsportsmanlike. You get one more, you're out of here.
Very unfortunate for A&T. Still possession, still in business. Man goes in motion. Lost the football. Did Fowler, falls on it.
Told you.
And it's going to be down.
Then they're going to have to
20.
settle for 3, and then they're only going to be up, by 14.
Drop that handoff exchange.
You're just killing
Tootin
yourself.
going to be a play action pass. Look like
killing
Fowler
yourself.
couldn't handle a drop
Smalls.
to a knee. Sets up a 2nd and long here. And after that big run by Tootin, the unsportsmanlike backs up the Aggies. You lose yards on that first down play. May force North Carolina A&T and Fowler to go through the air. And look for 88, that single coverage out on the right side. Jakari Caldwell may get help over the top this time for Caldwell.
Low snap. Fowler on the keeper, has some running room, 10-yard line, 5, and dives across the 5-yard line. So a good run there for Jalen Fowler, the quarterback.
Yeah, excellent play call there by A&T. You got to honor Tootin. You don't think Fowler's going to pull it and go. Not the fleetest of foot, but wonderful play fake. And he's almost into that end zone, and it has to feel good for Fowler to play well against his hometown team, South Carolina State. Wasn't expected to play in this ball game. Had an injury to Yeager, who started the game for A&T early in the ball game. Brickhalter came in and got hurt for A&T. Now it's up to Fowler, and he's done a great job here to lead the Aggies.
1st and goal. Shift to the near sideline. The give is to Tootin. Tootin fighting forward. He's not going to make the end zone. Good tackle there by South Carolina State.
This seems like a must stop here for the Bulldog defense. At minimum, you got to force the Aggies into a field goal situation. After you got 7 points back on that Shaquan Davis touchdown reception, you don't want to allow the Aggies to score a touchdown. That's a penalty on the field.
Illegal shift going to be called against the Aggies.
North Carolina A&T has a couple penalties on this drive, making it hard on themselves. See Fowler, Tootin looking over to the sideline, waiting on the play call. Tootin's had a whale of a game.
Ball backed up at the 10. 1st and goal for the Aggies from the 10. It's a play fake, looking in the end zone, caught.
Again, man, he's killing 21.
He's had a
He
big
killed
game
21.
this afternoon as Jakari Caldwell.
Gotta honor that play fake for Tootin. And there goes that man again, number 88. Jakari Caldwell, this time touchdown catch for the North Carolina A&T Aggies.
Jalen Fowler put it right on the money, had good pass protection there, Damien. And to your point, you gotta honor that play fake with everybody shifting to where they thought Tootin was going to run the football.
You have to honor that play fake to Tootin because Tootin has run wild in this ball game, and in this second half, Jakari Caldwell having himself a ball game coming into the contest, only 3 catches for 52 yards. He's had 2 circus catches where he went over the defender for South Carolina State, and on this reception gets into the end zone, and the Aggies get that 7 points, that 6 points back pending the PAT.
37-20. A&T with the lead, and as Damian mentioned, A&T able to respond to South Carolina State score. You see the replay right here.
Yeah, play fake to Tootin. Caldwell just beats Moultrie to the inside, and if you're Moultrie, you're looking in the backfield, you're thinking it's going to be a run play with Tootin. A&T has been run heavy. Caldwell with a touchdown grab for North Carolina A&T.
I had AT&T
Andrew
for the
Brown's
win.
extra point is good.
Everybody was on South Carolina State tip. Talking about not going against Buddy Pugh.
We've got a good one as you're watching Big South football on ESPN+.
We made USAA.
Everybody was on Buddy Pugh. I'm telling you, that whole Celebration Bowl a year ago, that was just some people playing down. That's what happened in the Celebration Bowl. Big head playing down. That's why Prime's saying what he's saying now, because he do not want to have that happen again. I'm just trying to check to see who all playing. See who's all playing. It's some good little FCS game still remaining. Mm-hmm. Yep. Nah, but if y'all still tapped in, man, you know, like the stream, share it. We on to the next game, man. We're gonna end the night on with the boys, man. Look how late they play, 9:15. They finna play in a little bit. But if you're South Carolina State, you wanna continue to if you allow dude to throw the ball, Fields, he might throw you out of the ball game at this point. He might throw you out of the ball game. But if that's what happened, it's a wrap. Yep. It's a wrap. So you want to kind of play it how it go. Now, if you're A&T, this the first lead you kind of really had going, you know, at this point of any game you've been in. So you want to continue to establish the run and assert your dominance. Because right now you playing with a mind.
Touchdown pass by Fowler to Caldwell.
Play fake. Toothman Caldwell had all day and next week back there in the pocket to wait for Caldwell to free himself from Moultrie. Caldwell used every bit of that 6'4" frame extending for the touchdown reception.
Andrew Brown to kick off. White deep to receive for South Carolina State.
Been interesting on kick return by White in this ball game. Bulldogs need a big return here for White to set up this drive.
So here we go. We're ready to rock and roll for this kickoff. Mix it up, and let's see.
Like
it's going to bounce out of bounds.
I ain't like that kick.
It's going to be a penalty against Brown in the Aggies.
Yeah, Brown, not ideal to say the least on that kick. It's going to be a penalty and
line, first down.
Pretty good field position to start this drive for South Carolina State. And Bulldogs need to keep scoring. You know, obviously defensively, they have not been able to stop A&T since midway through that second quarter. A&T has been able to run the ball at will in this ball game. The Aggies defense has been able to stop South Carolina State enough to build this lead. Now you're going to see that connection from Corey Fields to possibly Davis for the rest of this ball game. You see Prunty, can he be up to that challenge?
It's a play fake. Fields across the middle. Pass. What a catch for the Bulldogs. Jakari Williams making the phenomenal reception.
Now Williams coming to the party in the pass game for South Carolina State has been all Davis in that pass game for South Carolina State prior to that reception by Jakari Williams. But again, South Carolina State got to score points. They got to score them in bunches.
Across the middle, pass is caught. And another first down for the Bulldogs. Hezekiah Massey.
Hezekiah Massey on that tip pass. Prayer answered for Massey. And the Bulldogs going to be another first down. And now, see Bulldogs moving down this field quickly, trying to put points on the board.
Ball at the 30-yard line of North Carolina A&T in just 2 plays. Fields' pass is caught. The pass was behind the receiver, but he makes a phenomenal catch. Richard Bailey with the reception. And so far, you're looking at Fields being 3 of 3 on this drive.
An adjustment being made by South Carolina State on this drive. They understand, hey, we're down 18.
Got to throw the
Time
ball.
winding down in the third quarter.
That's why you got to press up on these receivers,
We're just
bro.
going to put it in the hands of our quarterback.
Pick it.
Ball is
he
almost picked off. Jacob Roberts had it in his hands and could not come up with it as Benson was unable to catch the football.
Bro, your offense is dominating their defense right now. You pick the ball and just get down.
Plays like that.
Oh,
if
my
you're
goodness.
North Carolina A&T, and Roberts is going to be having dreams about this play here. He was thinking 6 on this. Just let the ball slip through his grasp, and could have been a big play for Jacob Roberts.
Now we have movement at the line. So another penalty on South Carolina State.
Win, lose, or draw, both coaches not going to be happy with the amount of penalties in this ball game. It's only game 3.
Offside,
South Carolina
defense.
State coming off of
Number
the bye.
97 entered the neutral zone, causing an offensive lineman to react. The 5-yard penalty. Still
This
second
one
down.
is actually on the Aggies. The Aggies have racked up the penalty yards as well.
So not against South Carolina State, but the penalty going to be called offsides against North Carolina A&T. Makes it 2nd and 5. South Carolina State on the move. Delayed handoff. Benson across the 10, down to the 5, and he's brought down.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. Bulldogs not giving up in this ball game. They've got this in prime position to put a touchdown on the board, and they're going to keep that pressure on A&T to keep scoring points as well. But nice drive here put together by Corey Fields and the Bulldog offense.
Fields to throw, looks in the end zone behind his receiver, incomplete. Looking for Bailey.
A little bit too much Texas Pete on that pass from Fields, and trying to go back shoulder, but a pretty good defense there.
Come on, Cord, throw this pick. Fumble the ball or throw the pick.
Second goal now for South Carolina State. Been able to move the football down the field after 3 straight completions by
Brandon safety. See, you got your corner out there, man-to-man against Shaq.
Incompletions.
Instead of having a safety taking away the
Davis
slot.
here on this drive, you see Davis and Prunty matched up top of the field.
Looking for him now.
See, dumb. It's dumb.
No, it's incomplete. He dropped it at the last moment.
Even though he dropped it,
what,
it's
Shaquan
easy
Davis went sky high to get that one. Could not complete the catch.
I feel like Deion Warwick, as I said that the Bulldogs hadn't went to Davis, they go to him on Prunty. Prunty makes a good break on the ball and forces the
You got to
incompletion.
change the coverage.
Davis almost
You can't
came down
give
with
him
this. Would have been
6
a
yards.
great catch by Shaquan Davis. When he hits the ground, the ball pops out. Here on
You got to
third
come play
down.
press. You can't give him that.
See Davis.
You
and
got to
Prunty
come
matched
play
up on the
press.
slot.
3rd and goal from the 5. Pressure is on. Wide open is Benson.
Oh, he
and
dropped it.
dives in the end
That's
zone for
incomplete.
the touchdown.
That
He
ain't a
lost the
touchdown. He
football
dropped the ball.
as he hit the ground, but it crossed the goal line.
He dropped the
and
ball.
The officials are now going to discuss.
Yeah, they're trying to see if that's an incomplete pass because he
dropped the
bobbling
ball.
as he was running towards the end zone.
No
He
damn
dropped it
touchdown.
when he dove into the end zone. They're trying to see if that's a complete pass or an incomplete pass. It's going to be interesting to see what call they make.
Incomplete, man.
On the field as the receiver had possession when he crossed the goal line. Touchdown.
How, Sway?
So they're going to call it
He
a
don't
touchdown.
have control of the ball. You gotta
Let's
have
get the
control of the
replay
ball. You gotta
He
complete the
feels
catch.
Wide open.
Does he make a
Receiver
football
out of
play?
the backfield.
Does he
He's
have
waiting
control?
on that
No.
pass, and he was bobbling that ball as he was trying to cross the goal line.
He ain't got control.
When he hit the ground, the ball popped out. Now, that
Thank
could be
you. Look at the
considered
goddamn
incomplete.
play,
I think they're
bro.
going to take another look at this.
Damn.
South Carolina State was trying to get the snap off quickly before the replay.
I mean, that would have been the smart thing to do to get that play off as quickly as possible. Now the officials are going to take another look at
This
this one.
guy
You
ain't
can
gonna
see
be
the
4
replay.
hours.
Fields
Still a whole nother
finds a
quarter.
receiver
though.
out the backfield. He was bobbling it as he was waiting on that ball to get to him. Took forever to get there. Dove for the end zone. Ball hits the ground.
It's close.
It's very close. But you know, football is a game of inches, partner.
I mean, it has to be enough to overturn this. So let's see.
It was called touchdown on the field.
He catches it.
He catches it.
I think he had control, and once he extended that ball over the goal line, but we'll see. It has to be enough to overturn the
They're going to get this dude a touchdown.
It looks like it is going to stand.
Much needed touchdown there. South Carolina State to keep themselves in this ball game. Still a double-digit lead for the Aggies. A big drive put together by Corey Fields in that Bulldog offense.
Low snap. The hold is good, and Zimmerman is able to get it to go through. 4:17 remain here in the third. Plenty of football remaining as South Carolina State closes its gap to 11.
Got a shootout in G-Borough with South Carolina State trying to keep up with North Carolina A&T, and that was a big drive there by the Bulldogs. Every time you think, especially in the second half, when you think A&T is going to put them away, Bulldogs come up with the drive to put points on the board. But again, it's going to come down to the South Carolina State offense being able to stop the ground game of North Carolina A&T, and thus far, they've not been able to do so.
Caleb Brown, the long snapper for South Carolina State, was down momentarily, but it's limping off of the field.
That could be a big injury there in South Carolina State. Coach is always talking about winning all three phases of the football game: offense, defense, and special teams. And you need that long snapper on punch. You need that long snapper on field goals and extra points.
South Carolina State going to kick it off deep to receive. Amonte Jones, Tamar Cook, who both had some productive kickoff returns for the Aggies.
Both players speed to burn back there for North Carolina A&T. It's up to kick coverage team of the Aggies to limit this return game.
Blake Moreau to kick it away. It's a squib kick. It's going to be taken by Cook. Cook looking for some running room. If he can get a block to the near sideline, trying to cut it back. Gets out of bounds at the 35-yard line.
Cook got as much as he can on that short kick. Still going to be great field position to start the drive here for North Carolina A&T.
Excuse me, the 30. So the Aggies going to have another possession, like I said, 35. So at the 35-yard line, A&T with another possession, leading by 11.
A good field position to start this drive, and the Aggies pounded the rock. Their offensive coordinator, Chris Barnett, you continue to pound the Bulldogs on the ground.
Give this to Graves. This time, South Carolina State sniffs it out. Chris Simmons making the initial hit for the Bulldogs.
And I think that the Bulldogs understand we have to stop them. They're going to continue to run the football unless we stop them. They have to make Fowler beat us through the air. He was able to do that on the last drive with the touchdown throw to Caldwell. But a nice stop there on first down, tackle for loss for the Bulldogs defense.
So loss of 4, back to the 31-yard line. A&T 249 yards rushing this evening. Straight up the gut this time. Graves lost the football, but they're going to say he was down before the ball came out as he gets it back to the line of scrimmage.
You can hear the contact up here in the booth, partner. These A&T running backs running hard. Graves loses the ball at the end of that play, but he's going to be ruled down, setting up a big third down here for North Carolina A&T. South Carolina State can come up with a stop here. You get the ball back. Time winding down in the third quarter. You're in this ball game.
Alcorn State up 3.
Stop if the Bulldogs are able to
on Arkansas.
Ball at the 36. Fowler takes the snap. Fowler under pressure, trying to run away. Throws the football. It is caught by Graves, who is hammered
been like
by Davis.
Yeah.
Well, Fowler hadn't made any rash decisions in this ball game up until that point. That could have been disastrous. Fowler found Graves short of the first down, though. Aggies are going to have to punt it.
Davis.
So let me. Let me try to pull this up. We're gonna wind the night down. You know what I'm talking about?
To boost and get an unlimited plan for
See, we're gonna wind the night down. We all things HBCU over here. I'm naming the channel that all things HBCU football. We all over the place. We in the MEAC, SWAC. We done seen 5-6 different games. Y'all ain't had a issue yet. You dang on commercials or something though. There you go.
Hey, when you download the HBCU Go app, you'll get the best of Black college sports and an array of on-demand programs that celebrate Black culture. It's available on Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire. HBCU Go, download it. We invite you to do it today. Along with John Kelly, Ashley Holder, Charlie Neal here. We're in Lorman, Mississippi. 24-21 is our score. Under 9 minutes to go in the contest. And it's Alcorn, the home team, on top in this one. And the ball going over to Arkansas Pine Bluff. First down and 10. They'll have it at their own 15-yard line. And they trail it by 3. So let's see what they can do on their drive.
Well, Charlie Goodell, head coach Fred McNair for Alcorn State, did a nice job at halftime of making adjustments. He said he knew what he needed to tell his team, and they came out and they have responded.
Carquin comes to the near side. Britton in the backfield with his quarterback, Perry. Britton back to Perry, back to pass. And Perry gets good yards. Perry's still on his feet, and he's across the 30 and up to the 41-yard line. Goes the quarterback. Perry, 16 yards on that carry.
Yeah, good thing he's a big guy.
26 yards on the carry.
See how the football different in the SWAC.
215 pounds, he can take that beating at the end.
This time it's Britton on the carry. Britton to about the 46-yard line.
It's just something about SWAC football games are totally different than MEAC football games to me. And it's all HBCU and stuff like that, but I think the way the game is played and how plays are constructed, it's one's a little bit more finesse, and the other one is a little bit more old schoolish. And I believe those two styles of coaching and approaches toward the game, you know, kind of limit the swag and all of that in the game. However, the swag got to get their shit together. But yeah, it's just a different type of speed. But shout out to, you know, HBCU Go. I think y'all stole the SWAC content for a low price. It's just my opinion. Y'all stole it. But yeah, this is a good game right here. This is a good game too. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to this. Let me I muted it out. So that's why you play 4 quarters.
Winning streak right now.
You play 4 quarters of football. They down 11, ain't in the 4th quarter yet, and they got the ball.
Dogs are fighting in this one. They had a lead early in that first half. Things kind of got away from them leading up to halftime. They battled here in the second.
Ball at the South Carolina State 36-yard line. Fields looking, has a receiver, and it is dropped. Incomplete. It would have been a tough catch.
That would have been a very tough catch, but if you ask a wide receiver if the ball hits you in the hands, Richard Bailey, he's thinking like, hey, I got to come up with that grab.
He had to adjust to the football, as you'll see right here on the replay.
Yeah, Fields had to get it over the outstretched hands of the defender. did that, but in the process, turning his wide receiver around and was not able to come up with the catch.
Fields another pass. This pass is caught across the 45-yard line. And it should be enough for South Carolina State. First down, Jordan Smith on the reception. Oh, no, it's going to be short. Excuse me. We're going to mark his progress to the 45, not the 46.
South Carolina State trying to keep this drive alive on this 3rd and short. They need it. Will they take it into the 4th quarter? They're trying to get a playoff before the 4th quarter starts.
They don't have to. No, excuse me, they do. Is 2 seconds difference between shot clock or between the game clock and the play clock.
Hey,
and
that dude gave them a 2
State
seconds.
comes
He wasn't that close.
that is, comes up with a big stop. South Carolina State shoot.
Yeah, he tripping, bro. You know what I mean? What you doing over there? Cheating.
To go, Charlie Neal, John Kelly, Ashley Holder, and it's all going with the ball with a 2nd down and about 5 facing them.
Long 5.
Britton, the running back beside his quarterback. Perry back to pass, the lefty, rolls left.
A lot of green.
He's got to get around the corner. He's not going to get very far. He's being chased over there by Mikael Webb from Alcorn State. So he runs out of bounds and live to see another day, right?
Again, a wise man once said sometimes the best play is the safe one.
And to bring up a 3rd down. He gained maybe a yard on that play. And this pass is caught at about the 45-yard line. That moves the chains down. And again, on the reception is Prince. He's had a pretty good day catching the ball along with Cochran. Don't forget our Honda player of the game coming your way after that 8-yard reception. That'll be coming your way after the game. We'll decide who to. I think that probably people kind of have an idea who it's going to be. Yeah. Here's Britton, and he's bottled up. Purple people eaters were there to make sure he didn't get far.
Yeah, not giving up much on that one.
Not at all. Not at all. They were reading that very well. Second down, 10. They blow this one down. We talked about Roynell Young.
Before the snap. Timeout. Pine Bluff.
Pine Bluff called a timeout.
You dudes tripping, bro. Calling time out for, man. What you scared of? Go with your move, man. Football all day. Yay. Alabama just now hitting the 4th quarter with Vanderbilt, too. They putting them paws on Vanderbilt. Let me give y'all a little update. Around the Power 5. 41-3 Bama. 21-20 Purdue. 37-0 FSU. Raging Cajun 17-7 over Louisiana Monroe. The first quarter just ended with USC versus Oregon. Score, ain't no score. Oklahoma down 4 points to Kansas State. Ohio State all over Wisconsin 38-7. South Carolina's killing Charlotte 42-14. LSU 38-0 over New Mexico. Tulane up 9 points, 16-7 over Marshall. Remember, Marshall, what did Marshall do? They went somewhere and beat someone important. Yep. Notre Dame. South Alabama is winning 38-14 over La Tech. That's a FCS versus Group of 5. Tulane losing to Southern Miss. Wow, really? And UNLV is winning 34-16 over Utah. Texas A&M is up 2 points over Arkansas, 23-21. And North Carolina A&T, this score is wrong. North Carolina A&T is winning 44-27. Watch this. Let me exit out the screen. And let me go live. We're behind in this game in the streaming because they got 44-27 as the score. But I doubt that this score that they got right here is right. We might have the right. Yeah, we got the right score. But the update thing got the wrong score. And I'm going to double check now. Because I got the technology.
John Sharp, Tariq Stewart combination, right guard, right tackle. Allowed for first down carry for Graves, and you move the sticks, you keep the clock running. Win-win there on that play for the Aggies.
Ball is at the A&T 47. It's been a good ball game here from Truist Stadium. A lot of scoring in this ball game.
Scorecard got the wrong.
A&T with possession. It's a keeper by Fowler's, chased down from behind as he gets into South Carolina State territory. Patrick Godbolt with the stop.
A good play fake there by Fowler as he keeps it. He gets up and shakes off that right leg. Fowler didn't start the game, didn't come in as a backup in the game, came in as the third quarterback and played this hometown team in South Carolina State. He's handled himself very well here for the Aggies, and your A&T in no rush on this drive. Played cool, calm, and collected.
Tight end, Dobson comes in motion. It's a pass in the flat. That's caught by Dobson, who slips down at the 45, but his forward progress is going to be marked.
First down.
The 46.
Short pass there, floated in the air for seems like an eternity for Fowler. Dobson able to bring it down, brings up a third and short, but Aggies very manageable here. Hadn't seen a lot of tooting here as of late. Been more Wesley Graves in the backfield for North Carolina A&T.
4 seconds on the play clock.
We got the redshirt freshman Charles Dixon in the backfield.
Give his to Dixon off the right side.
Ball, bro.
Dixon fighting forward.
They got
He's
9 people in the box.
That's going to bring up
9
a
people in the box,
for
bro. They know that you ain't trying to run.
Washington, do you punt it, try to pin South Carolina State deep?
Do the Auburn play.
4th and about 4.
Fake the dive and throw it.
He's going to take his time about making this decision in no hurry with this 11-point lead. But I mentioned, hadn't seen Tootin quite some time. Not sure if he's nicked up. Aggies not able to pick up that first down. Big stop there for South Carolina State's
Y'all needed
defense.
that drive to run clock and to put pressure on South Carolina State.
The Aggies are going to punt. Brickhouse to punt for A&T, and Aggies let the play clock
You should have took a down penalty. First call.
wind down, or the Aggies going to call the timeout. And we're going to go to break. 9:50 remaining here in the fourth.
I don't understand the coaching on that. Ain't for me. They ain't aggressive enough. I play this shit like I play a video game. So I'm going for it.
Tool in your hands. Store mode in the Home Depot app gives you in-store tools made.
Shut up. All right.
Oh, you might be right. He is just unstoppable. Watch this again. As we talked about, hitting that line with speed, and I give his line, his front man, his big guys up front credit for busting that open, and he just turns it into goal. He's having fun tonight.
It was a big win for the Braves last week when they beat McNeese State, first SWAC school to beat McNeese in the history of football. Here he goes. He just outruns the defense. No way for Sincere Jones to catch him. He was trying.
And thank you, Truck, for showing this over and over. This is just such a good time watching this young man do his thing. Charlie, you know what they say? They say that's called getting on the good foot doing the bad thing. Just running through the defense.
295 yards and 4 touchdowns. I said 300.
Yeah, well, he was close.
Yeah. He had 177 to open the season. 199 rather to open the season against Stephen F. Austin, and he gets 295 tonight.
He's a biscuit away from 300.
Yeah. He's not getting fat. He's eating well.
That's right. He's eating that lean grub. But that is a game right here. I mean, big play after big play.
That was an 87-yard drive that time for the Alcorn Braves, and here's a pretty good return for Arkansas Pine Bluff by Raekwon Prince.
Yeah, Prince, like you said, having a great game. And receptions, had that reverse, almost scored a touchdown. He's one of the go-to guys.
I want y'all to see the difference between the MEAC and the SWAC.
87 yards.
Listen to the band.
41 off the clock.
The band turns up. Do you understand me? You understand me? Not only is the football big play, the band get louder when it's a big play. We watch when we go back over here to this motherfucking this bullshit right here. Watch this. Ain't no band. Where the band at?
That's 88, 78. That's what they officially called it. But it was an 87-yard drive, 78-yard run.
88, 78, spectacular.
But they've had success through the air with Corey Fields and Davis' company, and most notably, Davis just making outstanding catch after outstanding.
The band ain't even playing right now, y'all. That's what I'm talking about.
In this ball game, don't have to totally abandon the run. You can sprinkle in a run here or there, but
they playing PWI ball at the stadium, man. The band ain't playing. Why is the band not playing?
And the Bulldogs 1st and 10 from their own
and
13.
Band guy.
Fields has time now. He's under pressure. And going to throw it out of bounds at the A&T sideline.
Dangerous play there.
Got to get the sack, though. Got to get the sack.
Being chased in the end zone. Janoris Robertson couldn't quite get to Fields, and Fields just throws it away. Lives to play another down.
Fields 20 of 40, 274 yards, 4 touchdowns, and an interception. So on the play clock for Fields.
Get him.
Across the middle, pass is broken up, intercepted. With the interception for A&T. Running back the other way.
Yes, sir.
Across the 15-yard line. And going to be dropped shy of the 10.
See, then the band's supposed to be playing right now. The band supposed to be playing right now.
Take risk when you're trailing in ball games, and Corey Fields took a risk with a Varian Cole redshirt freshman. A lot of redshirt. You mentioned it. A lot of R's before those classifications on the tip drill.
Listen, y'all. When South Carolina State is down, and you have to rely on Corey Fields, this is what happens to South Carolina State. So I'm going to go back to the Celebration Bowl. in the first half of the Celebration Bowl, JSU couldn't break through. They was making mistakes and turning the ball over, and it kept South Carolina State in the game. Had JSU capitalized on, you remember when they turned it over going into the red zone a couple of times, had they scored touchdowns and not got field goals, and they would have been up 10 or up double digits coming out in the second half and even scored coming out of the second half, they would have won the Celebration Bowl. They would have won the Celebration Bowl. But because of the way that game was played, it played in favor of South Carolina State and allowed them to stay within the confines of their offense. And then Corfield was able to connect on a couple of throws, yada, yada, yada. They make some plays defensively, some turnovers happen, and they win. But I'm just going to let y'all know right now, South Carolina State was favored to beat A&T. I'm going to say it again. South Carolina State was favored to beat A&T. This should not be the score.
So a little bit about Hooker. Played his ball at Dudley here in Greensboro. So his father, of course, Alan Hooker, one of the great quarterbacks to ever play here at A&T and in the MEAC. He's also the brother of Hendon Hooker, who plays at Tennessee.
So that lineage, that bloodline, a lot of athleticism, big game from Big Bro at Tennessee as well. And I was wondering why the PA announcer was announcing the stats for University of Tennessee football game here at A&T. And there you have it. Little brother in the game now for the Aggies.
He had a big game. Hendon Hooker had a big game for Tennessee today. And the give in the backfield, but South Carolina State able to sniff that out. Dixon on the carry.
Dixon, another carry. I mentioned it, have not seen Bashawn Tootin here in this fourth quarter at all. I'm not sure if he was injured or not, but other players getting carries here for the Aggies as Hooker exits and Fowler back into the ball game for A&T.
Tootin now back into the ball game for A&T.
Asking ye shall receive.
Man, he should have been in the game. He killing their
moves
ass.
in favor of A&T. We're inside of 9 remaining. Aggies have the 11-point lead, but face another third down. Ball at the South Carolina State 30. Fowler's got time, looks, he floats the ball to the far sideline. It's incomplete.
Jones was wide open to start that play. Fowler just could not get the ball out there to him. He was open for a couple of seconds before Fowler saw him. I don't think that play was designed maybe to go to Jones. Maybe Fowler didn't look that way, but he was open for a second or two or three. Ultimately, Aggies not able to convert, but going to attempt a long field goal here.
And again, very comfortable with Andrew Brown. It's going to be a 48-yard attempt off the left hash.
Do we make the field goal?
Field goal attempt, it'll make it a 2-touchdown lead.
Do we make it?
A little under 8 minutes left in the ball game.
Brickhouse the holder. The kick is up. It's traveling.
He made it.
Is good. It just got over
2 touchdowns.
the bar. And Andrew Brown with a...
You cooking now. You got a 2-touchdown lead with 8 minutes to go. You still got pressure on Corey. Yep. You got pressure on Corey.
That's all they needed. He set the table right then. He said, I will be reckoned with. 44 yards to start it off with. Here it is. Dorian Howard, more the same. And he has scored 4 touchdowns today, 295 yards rushing. I think Coach McNair is just going to let him rest for the rest of the day. Why take a chance on him getting hurt?
There you go.
We wanted him to get 300, but why take a chance on him getting hurt?
Being greedy as fans, but
get a chance to see him again later on this season. We'll be keeping an eye on him as we go through the year. Somebody just lost the helmet. Ouch. The ball was caught, but the helmet is gone.
That Prince,
now
shot a little bit now.
Now flag is thrown. Yes, it was Traquan Prince on the reception. And let's see what the penalty is about. Officials have done a pretty good job today, keeping things under control. Honda player of the game.
Personal foul, number 19, on the defense. Targeting. Previous play is under further review.
We're talking about Malcolm McGee. Meanwhile, Jarvion Howard is our player of the game out of Columbia, Mississippi. 195 yards rushing, 290. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
24 carries, 295 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns, including a 44-yarder to start the game. Yeah, I'm going to start big. I'm going to end big.
Bigger.
I'm
Give
going to
the
end bigger.
home crowd a little something to cheer about on the way out.
Boy, I tell you, it was joy to watch that young man today.
I don't even know why y'all reviewing that, man. Y'all being petty.
Add 2 points on to your lead. For North Carolina A&T is going to force the Bulldogs to get into the end zone twice just to tie the ball.
And so Brown going to kick it off deep to receive for South Carolina State. Rakim White has had a busy evening for the Bulldogs. Gets the kick. White going to have another opportunity. Returns it from the 3.
Ain't got no ball.
It and dropped right at the 20-yard line. Good coverage by North Carolina A&T. Janaz Sumter with the tackle.
Janaz Sumter speeding down the field, limiting that White return. Nice special teams play on the redshirt sophomore out of Hemingway, South Carolina.
A&T seemingly having the momentum right now. A couple of interceptions by Corey Fields. Played a clean first half, but we've seen where South Carolina State has been able to move the football.
Yeah, South Carolina State hadn't been able to run the ball, but Corey Fields they found something in their pass game, and they're just going 4 or 5 wideouts, and they're just letting it rip, and they're going to have to do that here going down in the fourth quarter if they're going to come back and tie this football game and send it into OT or possibly win it.
Benson out of the backfield makes the catch for a gain of 5.
Fields checks it down to Benson. Got greedy on the previous possession and threw an interception off a tip pass, and this time just takes what the defense gives him.
Fields' pass is low, almost picked off. Falls incomplete.
Another not a tip pass. David Laney, who was injured on that last interception for A&T, had an opportunity to try to come up with the INT for himself. Big play defensively here for the Aggies. You stop South Carolina State on this play and force a punt. I don't think that the Bulldogs would go for it on 4th and 5 from inside their own 30-yard line.
Fields, pass, that is Davis, catches, trying to break a tackle, still on his feet. And it's going to be dropped at the 38. That's a first down for the Bulldogs.
When in doubt for South Carolina State. Go to number 1, Shaquan Davis. He picks up the first down for the Bulldogs. Davis been quiet here as of late. They're going to need him to make some big plays down the stretch if they're going to get back into it.
Forward progress marked to the 37-yard line. Fields going to let it rip again. Under pressure. Eludes Wallace. Pass caught at the 40-yard line. A minimal gain as Benson makes the reception.
Benson, another catch for South Carolina State, and you usually don't want to see a quarterback throw across the middle of the field, but this time Fields gets away with it. Short gain, though. South Carolina State's going to have to pick up the pace here on this drive. Want to cap it off with a touchdown and try to get back into the ballgame.
Second down. Fields under pressure. Pass is overthrown. Was looking for Benson. Middle of the field as penalty markers come down.
You heard the crowd begging for a penalty. Fields under pressure.
Holding, number 52, the offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay second down.
Jaden Johnson, freshman out of Goose Creek, South Carolina. That's kind of unfair. Put a freshman in that situation, and Johnson didn't have a choice but to hold.
Ball's going to come all the way back to the 30-yard line. Brings up 2nd and 17 now for South Carolina State, who trails by 14 points. Corey Fields, the quarterback. He has the snap under pressure. Screen pass. Caught. 35-yard line. And brought down is Tyler Smith as he gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, good play design there by the Bulldogs, trying to get that penalty yardage back. Set up a 3rd and 10 situation. It's a must first down here for South Carolina State. Again, I mentioned if they don't pick up this first down, they're probably going to have to go for it. Do you see them punting? I don't see them punting. They may punt, but first things first, you want to pick up this first down if you're South Carolina State.
Fields under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. Devin Harrell with the sack for A&T.
There you see the pressure from A&T off the backside. Fields didn't see that one coming. Devin Harrell gets the big-time sack, and it's going to force the Bulldogs to punt. You see on the replay, Harrell beats his man. Just the speed of Harrell getting around left tackle Cam Johnson with a huge sack for the Aggies.
So Monte Jones in single safety for A&T. Remember, he had that 90-yard, would have been a 90-yard punt return called back because of a hold. Let's see. Jones going to get away from the football, not make the same mistake. He also had a fumble, and the ball is down at the 30. 5:16 left here in the fourth. A&T with the 14-point lead. This is Big South football on ESPN+.
We made USAA Renters Insurance.
I don't know why I played that. Tripping with no milk today on the commercial. I think this game is almost over, ladies and gentlemen. It's the longest 2 minutes ever. I think this game over, man. Ain't no way in here. There's still 2 minutes. Guess so.
Calls together.
This game over though. They are 17 points. UAPB ain't got a chance. Look at that. Just heaving it. Pick. Oh, he dropped the pick. Yeah, it's over for UAPB. It's over. Alcorn wins. Man, these commercials long as I don't know what. Same rerun commercial. Come on, man.
Along with Damian Banks, Donald Ware with you here. Truist Stadium on the campus of North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro, where the Aggies of North Carolina A&T have the 41-27 lead and possession of the football. And time is now running out, Damian, for South Carolina State.
Yeah, South Carolina State really behind the 8 ball here in this ball game. Aggies controlling things up front with their run game now with a 2-touchdown lead. 5 minutes left in the game. They could essentially run out the clock here on this drive and come away with a big-time victory, which would be the 7th straight in this series versus South Carolina State.
Graves on the carry, a loss on the play. Brandon Tucker and others for the Bulldogs making the stop. But A&T obviously in no hurry with the 14-point lead.
Aggies offense in chill mode for sure. They don't have to be in a hurry at all with that 2-score lead. Take your time, run as much clock as possible in between plays, and keep the ball on the ground.
And here comes Hooker with the carry. Dragged down from behind as a penalty marker comes out late.
DJ Davis. Hooker, you see the speed from that young man. Davis up around the helmet on the tackle, but it's a holding penalty on North Carolina A&T. And I think that Coach Washington for North Carolina A&T has Hooker in the ball game. Had an injury to Yeager, who missed the game already this season. Yeager comes back tonight and injures himself again. Had another injury to the backup quarterback, does A&T. Then you had Fowler come in. Fowler was kind of gimpy on a couple of plays, and then you see Hooker in, just getting him some experience, because you never know if you may need him.
And this coaching staff liked what they saw from Hooker in the preseason, if you will, summer camps. And so now he's getting his opportunity. Shotgun formation, 2nd and long for the Aggies.
There you go.
Big run by Graves as he gets to the 30.
And honor the athleticism at the quarterback position from Hooker and allows Graves to bust up through the middle for a nice gain. Mentioned Zach Yeager started the game for the Aggies. He was injured. Eli Brickhandler came in. He got injured. Jalen Fowler has done great against his hometown team, South Carolina State, but now you see Hooker in getting a few plays here in these last couple of drives, gaining valuable experience. All right. Stoppage of play again. Yep. See the Aggies now waiting on the call.
Ball at the 30 for A&T. 4:13 remains. It's a 3rd down situation for North Carolina A&T. Austin Hooker, the quarterback, the 4th of the game for the Aggies. Blitz is coming. Hooker is hit, but the pass is caught. Burkhalter breaks a tackle. Midfield and into South Carolina State territory before he's ridden out of bounds.
That took a lot of courage from that young man, Hooker, standing in the face of that pressure. Penalty flag in the backfield. Hooker connects with Burkhalter, makes a defender miss for a big gain. Let's see what the penalty is. Roughing the passer looks to be on South Carolina State. Hooker took that shot and delivered a strike to Burkhalter, who made the defender miss. Picks up a huge gain for 1st down. It's going to be 15 yards added to that as well.
And the clock will continue to move.
That's the most important thing if you're head coach Sam Washington and the Aggies, is You see, Davis has been close to getting the penalty here. Second half, and Hooker took that shot and delivered a strike for the Aggies to Burkhalter.
Seems to be confusion in terms of where the football should be placed. It was the yardage plus the addition, so that's what the officials are marking off now.
You got to add that penalty yardage on. That's the icing on the cake of that play. Is not only do you complete the pass, get a big play from Burkhalter, you add the 15 yards on for the personal foul, roughing the passer, and now the Aggies essentially can run the clock out, salt the game away with the ground game.
Ball at the South Carolina State 33. Austin Hooker, the quarterback, as the clock moves. Play clock down to 8. As the tight end goes in motion. And the give is to Dixon off the right side. Dixon hit and dropped. They've gotten a couple of yards before Dwayne Nichols finished him off. The clock continues to move.
Most important thing you just said again, partner. Clock continues to move. The Aggies in no hurry. Going to keep this ball on the ground. And as we wind down this fourth quarter, you saw a couple of plays at the end of that first half that kind of changed the atmosphere of the game. And A&T was able to ride that wave and keep the ball on the ground, controlling the line of scrimmage throughout this ball game. And right now, in the driver's seat, up 2 touchdowns.
South Carolina State still has all of its timeouts remaining. Hooker on the keeper. Hooker makes a move. Gets close to the 25-yard line before he's brought down. And the clock continues to move.
Buddy Pugh not using any of those timeouts for South Carolina State. Hooker keeps it in the RPO action. It's going to set up a 3rd and short here, and you get this first down and pretty much in the ball game here on this play. South Carolina State not using their timeouts. I don't think Coach Pugh is giving up on the ball game, but understands that down by 2 touchdowns.
So keeper by Hooker, and he's going to be dropped short of the first down. Aaron Smith making the stop.
What do you do here if you're A&T? Do you kick the field goal and chance it getting blocked, or do you go for it on 4th?
You go for it.
Going for it.
Yeah.
If Coach Pugh is not going to use his timeouts on that South Carolina State sideline,
he gave up, man.
Aggies is just going to let this play clock wind down and use a timeout of their own, I'm assuming.
That was over, bro.
14-point lead. The clock continues to move.
Taking the L.
South Carolina State not calling a timeout.
And I think Coach Pugh wants to get back to Spartanburg and regroup, not using any of those timeouts.
A&T looks like the Aggies may use one.
He ain't got a team that can overcome a deficit. That's the thing.
This is interesting.
But if Pugh ain't got a team, to overcome a deficit. So when you up 2 touchdowns on him and it's the 4th quarter, he gonna pack it in. They might fight a little bit depending on the circumstance of the game. They might show a little fight. But when they get up under a certain threshold as far as the time, he ain't pressing the issue. Now, one time did his team, to me, did this team have some sense of urgency? Now, one time in this 4th quarter, it was like they were trying to play their way back in it slowly but surely. And if something happened, then they would just bounce up off of that, but they couldn't get nothing to bounce. They put the ball in the hands of their quarterback, and who's overrated. And the offensive line shows some weaknesses. Even the defense line that they brag about damn sure show weaknesses. So it just sets up what they call a lot of people call the style make fights match between North Carolina Central and South Carolina State to see who's going to represent the MEAC in the Celebration Bowl, because that game has just been heightened for the simple fact that Central beat A&T, and A&T is handling the boys tonight. Yep. And the Alabama game just ended. Ain't nothing on right now but West Coast football, and you know they trash. West Coast teams. Told you ESPN showing Utah, Arizona State. You know that's trash. ESPNU got South Carolina on. Shoot, Ohio State still putting points on Wisconsin.
27 lead with 120 remaining, and the Aggies needing 2 yards for a first down. Let's see what they dial up here with the quarterback, Alston Hooker. Sends a man in motion. The give is to Dixon. Dixon fighting forward, and he's not going to have enough for the first down. Stopped at the 25-yard line.
Big stop there defensively for South Carolina State to get the ball back to their offense. Got a minute 15 left in the ball game. I've seen stranger things happen. It's going to take some big plays, quick, fast, and in a hurry for South Carolina State to score a touchdown. Then you got to get the onside kick, and then you got to try to get in the end zone again. So it's a lot of ifs and what ifs. And like my coach told me in high school, if and buts was candy and nuts, it'd be Christmas every day. So South Carolina State got to get it in gear. They got to get it in gear right now.
See if we can take a look at the Hercules Tires play of the game. And this was that shovel pass to Bayshaw Tootin.
Bayshaw Tootin gets that shovel pass, plants that left foot in the ground, jukes the defender, goes airborne, shows off his vertical leap, gets into the end zone for the touchdown.
Strong move of the game, brought to you by Hercules Tires. As the pass was caught by White, clock continues to move, gained South Carolina State down by 2 touchdowns.
That was an important score for North Carolina A&T. They were trailing at that point 13-7 before that Tootin touchdown. Able to tack on a field goal before the half, and they hadn't looked back since.
Benson thought about running with the football before he caught it, dropped the pass. Clock stops with 46 seconds remaining.
Third down here for South Carolina State. You got to feel like if they don't get it here, they'll go for it on fourth.
Needing just 1 yard for the first down. Fields out of the gun. He has 4 receivers. Under pressure, sidearms it. Benson catches it, lunges ahead across the 40. He's got enough for a South Carolina State first down.
South Carolina State picks up the first down. Clock stops on the first down. Time winding down in the ball game, though, on the Bulldogs.
Fields going to pass it again. Fields in trouble. Fields is going to be sacked.
Don't call that timeout.
D-line stepping up late in this ball game, and don't see a timeout coming from South Carolina State sideline. They're going to go ahead and get out of here and concede this loss.
Harrell Robertson, Devin Harrell and Norris Robertson get to the quarterback. That's going to be the final score at South Carolina State.
It's going to be a very interesting day tomorrow when they when all the YouTubers recap HBCU sports. When all of that is recapped, we're going to see what's going on. For all the A&M, yeah, I make my own list down. For all the A&M fans, all the South Carolina State fans, we're going to see what's up. Because, listen, A&T put a whooping on them. They put a whooping on them. It might have been a 14-point game, but hey, it could have. They put a whooping on them in that second half. They owned the second half and late in the third. But it is what it is, man. Yeah. So yeah, great job, right? A couple people been in here all day. Y'all be cool, man. Appreciate it. Don't forget to bless the cash out. $ KSLP1020. Support the channel. That's $ KSLP1020. Support the channel. We'll be back with more content, future games. Enjoy.